Hello. Hello, everybody, and welcome to, we're getting started. We're going to welcome everybody to the annual organization and regular governing board meeting of the Cabrillo Unified School District. Today is Thursday, December 14th, 2023. All right, item 1, opening business. Public session has been called to order. Item B, roll call and quorum. I'll defer to Rosie.
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia?
Here.
Kimberly?
Here.
Carmen?
Here.
Mary Beth? Lisette? Lisette is absent today. Catalina? We have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go next to item 1C, the Pledge of Allegiance. Catalina, if you'll do the honors. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so next, approval of the agenda. And do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It passes 4+1.
All right, item 3, annual governing board organization. 3A, election of governing board officers to serve from December 2023 through December 2024. Sean, shall I let you facilitate?
Thank you very much. Every year we have the governing board organization. You will see, the public will see, there is an item here describing the election of governing board officers to serve from December 2023, tonight's board meeting, through December 2024. And we would need action items to fulfill the rotation policy. In this district, there is a rotation where each year the president moves at the end of their term to become a member. The vice president becomes the president. The clerk becomes the vice president. And we authorize signatories. Other 2 members or members in general. Typically, a superintendent will serve as secretary to the board. And I think that's it. I do want to say that I am very grateful always at this time of year for and mindful of the, I'll just say it, sacrifices and service that are made by public servants, and particularly by members, governing board members of in public school districts, particularly in a time now when hyper-political times seem to have landed very squarely on local government, and particularly with school board members. With that said, I want to appreciate President Lane, Sophia Lane, as she exits as president this year, and thank her. During my time here, she's been president twice, and I think Vice President Hines, for a minute, Vice President Hines is presenting her with an orchid in appreciation, the board's appreciation, the governing team's appreciation. And I want to leave it up to the board to move and second and allow us to do the action items for the election process.
I move that we facilitate the movement of positions as you have described.
I will need a motion for to nominate a president.
Too bad. That seemed really good.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need a motion for each.
I would like to move for Kim Hines to become president.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Sophia. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 4+1.
I move that Carmen Daniel move to vice president.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Mary Beth. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 4+1.
And next is you, right? Oh, Carmen. Oh, that's right, Carmen.
Typically in the rotation, this would be Lizette Cortez.
No, for the next one, yeah.
Becoming clerk, and Lizette cannot be here for a personal matter this evening. As communicated to me that she's still interested in being clerk.
Yeah. I will nominate Lizette Cortez for clerk to the board.
Second.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Kim. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. I forgot to say that. Thank you. Passes 4+1.
All right, I'll nominate item 4, secretary to the board, Dr. McFetridge. Is that right? Yeah. And then with Rosie's help, obviously.
Second.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Kim. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 4+1.
And we do need one motion to authorize president, vice president, clerk, and/or secretary as signatories for official documents.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
This item passes 4+1.
Great, thank you. Okay, item, first of all, before we jump to the next one, congratulations, everybody. It's exciting to have the new team leading things up, and certainly we all work together as a team regardless of our roles, but I think I appreciate this rotating basis because it spreads the wealth as well as the fun. So thanks to everybody for taking on the new roles.
We certainly learn a lot in each role.
And one question, Rosie, should we bring Mr. O'Neill up? Okay. Oh, shot his note. Okay, so Mr. O'Neill, I suppose.
Okay. Usually my voice projects. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. We have PCTV in Pacifica too. Thank you. My name is Mike O'Neill, and I work for Supervisor Ray Mueller for District 3 for the supervisor. And he wanted me to come and give Ms. Lane Sophia a commendation for her year as president. Because as, you know, Sean dictated or said, these are troubling times and for school boards up and down throughout the country, and a lot of drama in different states and a lot of, you know, nasty things happening. And to be on the school board, I was on the Pacifica School Board 14 years, so I know exactly what the roles are and how things work. But I just wanted to commend, and Ray Mueller would like to commend the service you guys do as a school board. So let me just read the commendation, put my glasses on, because the only big print is Sophia's name. So, the Board of Supervisors of San Mateo County, State of California commends and honors Sophia Lane for her service to the Cabrillo Unified School District as board president in 2023 and dedication to improving the quality of education and experiences for all students, families, staff, and educators in the school district. The Board of Supervisors hereby extends its gratitude and best wishes for her continued service on the Cabrillo Unified School District Board of Trustees. And it's dated today and signed by all the supervisors. So congratulations on your semi-retirement.
Well, that was super awesome and like completely unexpected. And thank you so much to Ray and the Board of Supervisors. It means a lot to me that, you know, not with my name on it, but more that our Board of Supervisors is so supportive of what we do at school boards and not only sees us, but supports us in all that we do in so many different kinds of ways beyond the, beyond the ceremonial pieces as well. So thank you to the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. All right, so with that, we will move to item 3B, approval of the schedule of regular governing board meetings for the year 2024. Oh, yeah, I guess we do.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
do.
okay, good. Go ahead.
Elbow.
I know. It's force of habit.
The board meeting schedule has been set up by Rosie. It typically is the second or third Thursday of the month. You'll see asterisks marked there on the presentation at January 18. Sorry. Back and forth with the mask. Also on February 15, and also Thursday, June 27th, which is the second meeting in June. And so those are the only dates that are not the second Thursday of the month. And so that's the normal cadence. We always have some meetings that are on the third Thursday and not the second because of the time needed after a break to let staff actually prepare the items.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve that schedule.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Any conversation or comment? Rosie? Yeah. I mean, I have a conflict with one day in May, but I'm sure that Carmen can lead the meeting.
That is standard.
As long as, yeah, we'll still have quorum.
Our bylaws state that when a president is out, that the vice president serves in their stead, and that is normal. And it is often the case that board members have conflicts and are unable to attend meetings, so
Yeah,
that's
if it's
fine.
A work or academic, yeah. Okay.
All right. It was a motion by Mary Beth, second by Carmen. All in favor, please say aye. It passes 4+1.
A quick point of order. I know previously Rosie and I had discussed taking a break after the elections to switch the name tags. I'm fine either way, because I know after we have Mr. Trevino come in and do the proclamation, we're planning to take a break at that time anyway.
We'll
So
be
I just
okay.
wanted to throw that out there. Folks are okay.
We're good. I'm still Kim and you're still Sophia.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that is totally up to the pleasure of the board, that's fine. I will say that we've just heard Mr. Adravino is unable to make tonight, and we will table the proclamation until January.
This brings us to item 3C, designation of board representatives.
Rosie will bring up a Word document here. People, I don't know why we have feedback tonight. You will see 10 committees: the San Mateo County Committee on School District Organization, the Career Technical Education Advisory Committee, the City District 2+2 Committee, CSBA and Legislative Action Representatives, District English Learner Advisory Committee, Environmental Sustainability Committee, Budget Advisory Committee, Latino Roundtable / Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committees, and the Parent Teacher Organization Alliance and the San Mateo County School Board Association. It is actually often the case that several of these meetings will meet only once a year or twice a year. Certain items come up that I can think of. City District 2+2 Committee has not been held in some time, and the San Mateo County Committee on School District Organization is rare and is sort of a pro forma meeting from the San Mateo County Office of Education. But this is the time when board members would suggest what committees they'd like to serve on, and we have left that blank here, but you all remember what your committees are.
Sean, I'd like to suggest we also add back the real estate committee. We dropped it last year, and I think that that might still be useful for collaboration purposes.
That's totally within the board's purview if you want to add that. And I would say that when you, after your discussion, well, you could have a motion and amend it and add that committee. I think that's what Rosie's doing here, and I think I can see the merit and the logic of that. And that's totally within your purview.
I would just ask what the purpose of that committee would be, since we've done the original groundwork for the real estate investigations in closed sessions, and now it's kind of all public conversation. I guess that would be my
It
only
is,
question.
but in terms of, I think there could be some collaboration in refining communications and if there's other research that might need to be done as we go forward. So I think there's some, that we have some gaps right now, and it's worth actually meeting and having some discussions.
Okay.
Would you be amenable?
Yeah, I mean, I would, if you want to do it, I would do it. We did it before,
Yeah.
and I'd stay on that with you
Okay.
if you're good with it.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, and the logic is that Mary Beth and I served on it, and we have the history and can share.
Get closer.
And we can share the ground that was covered, but that has not been communicated well to the public. And I think that there's some corrective action that we as a board need to take, and that would be a healthy thing for us to do. So I move that we do that.
I'll second.
Do we need to vote each committee, Sean?
We do
or-
not need to.
I think we just voted at,
That's right. But I do hear a motion and a second, and now would be a time after a second for the board to discuss among themselves and to name their board member committee stations. We're typically going to have one or two on these. And I think we could start, and then we could have a vote after that. So talk among yourselves.
Why don't we take it from the top, and if someone's still interested, continue on.
Alternatively, I would be interested too to hear from folks if they, like, individually, what they're interested in, because I think that
Well,
could be.
I would like to continue on the CTE committee, just because I feel like I've just done it this 1 year, and I'm still kind of learning and getting a handle on everything going on with that. So if no one else minds, I would like to stay on that committee.
And I was on the San Mateo County School Board Association and can continue that.
You were at CSBA, I think. The first one. Yeah, the first.
The
one.
first one, right, Kim?
Oh, the San Mateo County School District Organization.
Yes, that
that's
was
the one
it,
you were
yeah.
on.
Sorry, I read the wrong.
And Kim, you should probably be on the 2x2 in case we
Yes,
do
I'll be
2
on,
by as
absolutely.
president.
Yeah.
Along with Carmen. Yeah. So typically, historically, and I think it's a good practice for the 2x2 committee with the city council, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, we had typically the president and the vice president.
That's correct.
So that would be,
I think the last time we really were doing it on a regular basis was pre-COVID, so it's been requested that we resume those conversations.
I would love to be back on the Budget Advisory Committee. It was a bit much for me last year with being president of the board as well, but I think that's really an important committee, and I've spent a lot of time on budget-related learning and conversations, and I appreciate having conversations with members of the community, and I appreciate that being a potential structure to have those conversations further. So if folks are fine with that, I'd love that.
I've also done the CSBA legislative action representatives in terms of advocating for funding, and I think that's still important work I would like to continue.
I'm continue to serve as a CSBA delegate for the Delegate Assembly, and so happy to continue doing that as well. And agenda item later, I'd be happy to continue running again for that role. So, and I'm fine unless anyone wants to work on the CTE. To me, that's an area of a lot of interest to me personally. So I'm happy to continue with that as well. Although I can say I wasn't particularly active. The past several months personally, but I think there's some really exciting things going on there, so I'd love to support the team.
I would also, in Lizette's absence, I would like to offer, at least put her name in notionally now for the things that she was on, so she has right of refusal. And we can certainly accommodate
Yeah, she was
changes.
on environmental committee, she was on the Latino roundtable.
Yeah.
and the District English Learning Advisory Committee.
Okay.
And I can take the San Mateo County School Board Association again as well, seeing as I'm serving as vice president, and continue to stay engaged on that.
On which one, sorry?
San Mateo County School Boards Association, towards the bottom, I think.
And the 2x2 committee, do we Are you willing as VP? It's a meeting with the city.
Sure.
Can we put Carmen for the number 2 on that? If you're up.
Yeah. And just so the public knows, if somebody cannot make a meeting that's already assigned, we do reach out and look for volunteers from other board members. So there's someone from the board representing.
I wouldn't mind doing budget committee again, but I know you are on it too, so I don't want to. I'm not married to. Okay, anything you're feeling strongly about, you want to do?
I'm happy to explore the city. Yeah, that'd be great.
So budget, Mary Beth?
Yeah, I'll do budget. And I was on the environmental committee, I don't mind doing that again.
Good.
Unless you want to do it.
How's our coverage, Rosie?
Sorry?
You need a second for DLAC. You need a second for the Latino Roundtable Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee. We need 2 for the Parent Teacher Organization Alliance. And, yeah.
So PTO has been for the past few years, Sophie and I, but I don't mind if someone wants to step in.
Do you want to do that? Oh, it's usually
Yeah,
in the
it's during
mornings.
the,
Those are in
It's
the
usually in the
morning.
mornings. I remember
Mornings?
that last year
Okay.
too, that's what you said.
Daytime meetings are.
Yeah, daytime meetings are hard, yeah, so that's because.
well, I
usually
can
daytime
stay on
meetings-
that. I'll stay on that.
I can stay on it too, if no one else wants to jump in. I know Lizette has the daytime restrictions too. So, and for San Mateo County Committee and School District Organization, that means just once a year. I think it's fine to have just one person. for
Usually
that
we
one.
have an alternate.
Oh, yeah, like a backup.
On the,
Okay, Carmen, backup for that? Good. Yeah, that's great, because that's
Do we
county.
have
work,
a second
just-
on DLAC?
I'm sorry, Carmen is doing the
Second
San Mateo
on
County.
the top one. We do need a second for DLAC.
I can be, oh, God, yeah, no,
I'd
yeah, please.
be happy to do a second for DLAC.
And we just need a second on the Latino and a second on, oh no, we don't need on the second on the CSBA.
Mary Beth, do you want to do San Mateo County School Boards Association, since you're an area rep, and I'm hoping you'll still do it next year too?
Yes, I will continue
With
to
my-
be an area
my
rep, so I will be there
SMC,
too.
SBA,
so-
VP hat. Okay,
Yes,
cool.
good idea.
Okay, good.
Good.
That is
Okay.
now-
And I can be with Lizette on,
Yes, I did.
I can be with Lizette on that one, unless anybody else wants to, because,
On the Latino Roundtable Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee?
unless anybody else wants to.
No, we're just filling in the names. If other people want to jump in, just name it.
So if you notice that we added DIE committee, that's diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I'm happy to do that. Okay, great. Do we know when that's going to meet? We probably don't know yet.
We do not know, but typically in the past, Latino Roundtable was a daytime meeting, but it could be changed to an evening
Yeah,
meeting.
it could be evenings.
And then the
That'd be more
Diversity,
flexible.
Equity, Inclusion Committee, you will see as part of the strategic plan is the formation of that committee. And so those probably will coincide, morph.
Yeah. So I would expect there's opportunity to have those in the evening.
And so thus, it's the real estate committee you've got, okay. All right, you have a full slate of volunteers there. I think you have 2 for each committee. If you all want to arm wrestle about membership, you can, or otherwise, we would entertain a vote.
Let's vote.
That's just for fun now.
Arm wrestle. Yeah, that's funny, Carmen.
Rosie?
I'll make a motion to do all that.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Kimberly. All in favor, please say aye. This
Aye.
item passes 4+1.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have review of annual yes.
The item is for remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits of board members, and there is ed code that allows for a increase each year. This is a very low amount of remuneration or reimbursement for board members. There's a bylaw provided. It's a nominal amount. I think it's in $10, $15 or something like that it goes up. each year per ed code, and this action would, if taking action on this, would allow you to increase by that allowable ed code maximum rate. And I think it's in the tune of $200-some that is paid per board meeting, and it's currently $264, and if you took the increase of $13.23, it would be $277.83 per month. So we just want you to know that this is the board bylaw, and if you take action, we will change the bylaw to reflect the new amount.
Do we have a motion to make that change?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Carmen. All in favor, please say aye. This item passes 4+1.
Okay.
And we're going to postpone the,
Yeah, I'll make a motion to amend the agenda and remove the item 4 from today's agenda and defer it till January.
do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Sorry, I was taking my notes. All in favor, please say aye. Passes 4+1.
Thank you, Rosie.
Can we take a quick break so we can switch seats?
Yes.
Sure. We'll take a 7-minute break.
All right, thank you.
Hearings and other agenda items are an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments to the board during our open meeting. We'll allow 3 minutes per person and up to 20 minutes in total for all speakers, with the opportunity to extend this time at the discretion of the board and the consent of the board. I don't think it's going to be too busy tonight. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint to select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of the viewpoint so we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner as in the public's best interest. Please know that we know that the board can get long-winded sometimes too, and we're going to do our best to be concise as well. Typically, the board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff for follow-up, though please always feel free, if we don't do so explicitly, to follow up with Dr. McFetridge directly sometime after the meeting if you would like to share or receive further information. Also, to further streamline meetings, we only accept requests to address the board prior to agenda topic, with the option for speakers to pass on their request after the presentation if their comment has thus been sufficiently addressed. If you notice any issue, have any concerns or questions regarding the conduct or process for this meeting during the course of the meeting, those are very much appreciated. And so please quietly approach Rosie, who will handle any questions and help work out any kinks as we go along. So first up, we have Abby Foster.
There, I got it, okay. I figured it out. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. What I have prepared statement, really quickly, because I saw in the packet about the hatch fence, and it looks from the drawing that it does not include the field. And based on other conversations we've had with the hatch community, I just wanted to express how important that hatch field is to our site and to our staff, as well as our community. And so I'm hoping that that fence could be extended to include the fence so that the fence could become part of our campus, then usable part of our campus. Good evening, Governing Board. For reasons unknown, perhaps we can speculate, many students are coming to school, to Hatch School at least, socially and emotionally unprepared. Staff is overwhelmed with behaviors that in the past were not common. Many students require one-to-one adult attention because of increasingly challenging behaviors, including conflict with peers and adults, impulsive behaviors, bursts of anger, and persistent verbal disruptions. These disruptions can often be violent. We've had several violent instances in the past few days. Hatch staff has been punched, kicked, and spit on this school year by a variety of students, and that doesn't include strangling and other problems that have happened amongst students. We respect the site administration and classified members who work with us daily to support our students' academic and social needs, but our site is overwhelmed. If it is overwhelming for the adults, imagine what it must be like for the students. The kids need to wait patiently while extreme student behaviors are handled. Our site administration has advocated for extra support, including a health aide and increased supervision, but the district office has pushed back, saying that teachers and classified staff should be able to handle all student needs, educational, social, and emotional. We don't think it's fair to Hatch kids, and the parents are frustrated as well. I get the sense that the district thinks that the environment at Hatch is toxic. It is not. I'm here tonight to tell you that the teachers, the classified staff, and the administrators are all working under the most stressful conditions. Students are coming to school unequipped to deal with social and emotional issues. Staff is overwhelmed with how to help these students while maintaining our own mental health and serving the high needs that the students that have been placed in our care. There is a positive outcome to this crisis. The entire Hatch staff, classified staff, certificated, and administration have become closer than ever. We have bonded to support each other and keep each other from quitting. Every single day, we talk, we support each other, and we keep each other going. On this note, since the holidays are coming up, the classified and certificated staff who have fully covered employee benefits, the Tier 1 staff, have gotten together to donate money to support the partially covered teachers of Tier 2 and the principal who have been asked to pay $8 and some cents a month toward their health coverage. And so we have here $114.24, which would cover the teachers that are not covered and our principal for the $8. So we hereby submit this money, $114.24, to cover the health insurance payments of 10 of our CUTA colleagues, 3 of our visiting teachers from Spain, and our principal. Thank you.
As a point of privilege and as a matter of public information, I would ask that you would bring that into district office to business service during normal business hours, and then we can log it as a donation and figure out how to get that to employees and check that. It would just be awkward to do. Yes, exactly, business services or to our HR department, but I think we will need to log that in, and you could see Jennifer Marsh or Holly Lynn. They're right there, but I would prefer that we do that. Yeah.
I won't do
Thank
that
you.
to you, Jennifer and Holly.
Thank you, Abby. I just prefer it that way because
Yeah, it's
we don't
cash,
want the
that
money
makes
to get
sense.
lost, and
Yeah.
when you bring the money in, we will want to do a count of that money to make sure that no surprises. I'm sure you're not shorting us, but we don't want to
Yeah.
have anybody accuse us of shorting you. Okay, thank
And
you.
on that note, happy holidays and enjoy happy Hanukkah last night for those who celebrate. Have a good evening. Do I turn this off or leave it for the next?
Turn it on.
I got both. What? Off? Off.
Thank you, Abby. Next on our agenda, we have Employee Organizations Report, CUTA.
Did I do it right? All right. So first of all, I just wanted to say happy holiday. The last 5 months have been rough, and I'm hoping that the next 3-4 weeks change drastically and things improve a lot. So because we all know that winter's coming, and we want to make sure that things are much better. So happy holidays, because I know we all are tired and things like that. I always try to do a little history, and my history today is I always go back to my 8th grade classes, and In my 8th grade class, we cover the women's movement and we cover the Seneca Fall Convention. And I was thinking about it the last couple of months. And my students 2 years ago, they brought up some good points. When they were studying it, they were looking at one of the complaints. And if you know about the Declaration of Sentiments, Elizabeth Cady Stanton lists a whole list of complaints, but not against King George III. Now they're against just men, period, right? And so the students were reading it, and they analyze them, and they're trying to figure out what each one means. And they got to this one, and I just want you to think about it. He has monopolized nearly all the profitable employments. And from those that she is permitted to follow, she receives but a scanty payment. So as the kids analyze all these, lo and behold, 8th grade students looked and said, Mr. Cox, is that why teachers are not paid? Just something to think about. And why they hit me was I've been visiting all the schools, and as I visit all the schools, I noticed that the majority of the teachers are females. And it's kind of clicked into me. I'm like, whoa, there's 8th graders maybe they're on to something. So a little worried about that. So I just wanted to end on that. We're hoping that the holidays go great. I'm hoping the next 4 weeks are really positive and that things drastically change, because I know I want to go and watch the basketball. The kids are playing. Those are the 8th graders are saying, Mr. Cox, come watch. I want to do all the positive stuff. I don't want to be spending my life working to do other things. Thank you very much.
Do we have CSEA here this evening? Not tonight.
up Budget Committee. We were there till 9:30 last night. There's people looking at it and, making sure. And I'm super impressed with them. Bianca and Martha also came last night from Human Resources and from our special ed department to help them kind of understand how their departments work. Some of the constraints or rules or policies or whatever they're dealing with. And so I actually thought it was really good. Finally, at 9:30, we were all tired and they were like, "We're to go." And I was like, "It's my birthday." Spent my birthday on the budget committee till 9:30. So that was super fun. The other thing that I've been busy with is the conference that Sophia had brought up. It was actually really, really amazing conference. I learned a ton. It was really good, but I have to tell you, the talk of the time was Dr. McFetridge gave a talk, and it was really good. It was about our Green Ribbon Award, our environmental award we won, and it was him and two people that were at our county Office of Education that helped us to get this Green Ribbon Award, and I was so proud. I mean, I sat there, and I was just bursting with pride. The room was full. I waited to say something to him afterwards, but there was a line of people to talk to him afterwards, including, I overheard someone from the Menlo Park School Board, and he said, we just got $150 million bond, and we want to do what you guys are doing. And I tell you, I really feel like things are turning around. It's been a lot of work and time and effort, and everyone's working so hard, but I see things changing, and I feel like we're making good changes. And, I felt like we were on the front foot, and I was super proud. And the people that came to that talk were super impressed, and they really enjoyed it, and there were a ton of questions, and people wanted to be like us. So it was a great talk, and I'll end on that. I mean, it's the end of the year, and I just want to bring up that, I do feel like things are happening that are good. Everyone's working so hard, all of our staff, everyone's trying to work to do what's best for kids, and I really appreciate it from all of our employees, and I'm glad that other people are starting to see the hard work that is being done here too, because I was very proud. So thank you.
Thanks, Mary Beth. Carmen?
So again, I'd like to thank you, Sophia, for a year of leadership, and looking forward to President Kim reign. Also, I missed the budget meeting last night because my kids were performing at the Cunha Band concert. So that was, all my mama heart was bursting with happiness. So thank you very much for all the band people and all the wonderful staff who puts that on. And I went to the conference as well with Mary Beth and Sophia, and that was quite eye-opening too. Oh, those vendors, oh my. and it was fun to see sort of the back end of the school complex. And I think that's it. Have a happy, wonderful holidays and wonderful new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. I'm going to learn how to get this switch going easier. Again, I echo thank you to Sophia, who's very organized. And so if it feels a little rough for a meeting or two, please know that my goal is to keep things online and keep moving, and we'll be as productive as we can. I want to just express my appreciation that things are underway with the construction at Fairlawn View, 2 neighbors at Fairlawn View that experienced noise disruption at hours that were unseemly early in the mornings. I didn't realize that was part of the kind of disconnect last month, and so I'm glad that has resolved itself, and I hope that things continue to go swimmingly at Fairlawn View. I'm looking forward to all of the presentations tonight for El Granada, for our kitchen. I was really thrilled in the consent agenda to see our MOU updated for Boys and Girls Club and for the students we serve there, as well as a new Pathways program for construction, both residential and commercial construction. So just this another opportunity for our students here in Cabrillo Unified School District. Just one point of just full disclosure. We'll come to an agenda item later, and I want to assure everybody that my goal as a board member is to focus on requirements and communication, and that's really my priority. In some areas, I wear 2 hats because I'm also a resident in El Granada. So if something shows up in a board packet, I will defer to other neighbors, but at least let them know that there is information that could impact them. So full disclosure, I do share with my neighbors, and then we'll let them carry the torch on some of the issues where there's strong desire for further communication. So I know we have architects and construction managers and staff here that truly want all parties to communicate, and that is my goal as well. And with that, I would turn to our student board report. Kathleen.
Okay, so I'm just going to do my normal read-through for all the schools. So for El Granada Elementary has had an exciting month. We've had some really fun assemblies on campus, including Earthquake Escapades and the San Francisco Opera, Song of Seasons last week. The PTO created our first annual Night of Lights float, which had over 100 students participate. Next Friday, we'll be ushering in the holiday break into our PTO-sponsored Wake Up and Read, where families will come with their students and enjoy donuts. It is also PJ Day Spirit Day. Fairlawn View hosted its annual holiday bazaar on the first Saturday of December. It was a memorable event and with festive music, lively dance performances, delectable treats, and wonderful wares and much merriment. Our classroom spelling bee will take place next week in preparation for our school-wide spelling bee in January, during which the top 10 classroom bee finalists from grades 1 through 5 will compete. At Hatch Elementary, PTO hosted a successful book fair last week and a jogathon community event the week prior. We had our first kinder registration/immersion parent meeting this week. At Kings Mountain focused on the environment with school-wide waste sorting assemblies, a 4th and 5th grade land trust field trip, and a kindergarten 1st grade visiting Marine Science Institution to learn about the Bay. We look forward to our 1222 Jingle Mingle and delivering holiday cards to the coastside homebound seniors that are Meals for Wheels recipients. Here at Cunha, the second Cunha dance is taking place this Friday, December 15th. The boys and girls basketball team seasons are off to a great start. Some of our 8th grade ELA students participated in a statewide writing competition. In our science department, an air monitoring system was installed based on the grant secured by Miss Ron and Miss Myers. Has secured a grant to install a rainwater catchment system at the Cunha farm. The math department will be recruiting 7th grade girls to attend a math competition in January. The Cunha band participated in the winter concert this week. Next week, the traditional reindeer run and lip sync will occur. At Half Moon Bay High School, final exams are next week. For our 9th graders, this will be a new experience for them. Our music program had 2 performances this week. The jazz and chorale classes showcased their talents on Tuesday, and our concert band did so as well on Wednesday. There was a great turnout, and students did a wonderful job of taking initiative towards making sure the show went on. Special thanks to Miss PS and Mr. Jake Ward. Winter sports are in full swing. The weeknights and Saturdays are full of Half Moon Bay High School athletic action. CSM is having its annual block party on January 26th. Students who may attend a CSM in the future, this is a fun event to welcome prospective students. However, there will also be resources available for university, trade, and professional schools bound students. There will be music, food, giveaways, and students who are interested in attending need to complete a Google form by December 15th. There will also be another career panel on December 8th involving sports, sports medicine, law, and construction. That was last week. This was a little bit dated. There have been several field trips in the last months. Avid 2 and Avid 3 went to visit colleges. They saw Skyline, USF, SF State. The counseling department visited UC Santa Cruz. The building and construction trade students went to a construction site to see an active project and learn all about the aspects of a large-scale project and what it's like to run a construction business. Thanks should be extended to the Bodas Construction for their partnership with our CTE program, providing this opportunity to our students. High school, career, and tech education students also went to CTE Day at Skyline College, where they attended workshops of their choosing and a variety of CTA pathways. Our agri-science students went to the National FFA Convention and Sectional Leadership Development Event Contest. Biology classes toured the wastewater treatment plant, and there was a visit to the Marine Lab in Santa Cruz with the Marine Ecology class. Tide pool, biodiversity trips in Marine Ecology and AP Environmental Science, water quality monitoring in the AP Environmental Science, and high school students were mentors to fourth graders from elementary school on their junior land storage field trip. At Pilarcitos, many great things have been happening at Pilarcitos. First, we want to welcome Shanti Betcher as our wellness counselor. She jumped right in and became an important part of our support for students. Horse class reached an important milestone as our students took their first ride on horseback after spending time learning about the equine philosophy, behavior, and care. Our students have been able to take the Monarch Mystery class to Sweetwood Group Camp and National Bridges State Parks near Santa Cruz to view those important wintering butterflies. We also organized a trip to the DMV so students could begin the process of getting their driver's licenses. And finally, a huge cause for celebration, that is, a number of students are graduating, transferring out, and completing equivalencies, so we are holding a send-off party for all of them. Lastly, at La Costa Adult School, we finished our speaker series with Dr. Jerry Lopez. He spoke to our students about the importance of classes they are taking and the importance of opportunities that are available to them through the workforce classes. And that's it.
Thank you, Catalina. Dr. McFetridge.
Thank you very much. I just want to wish everyone also happy holidays, whatever that may mean to you. Hanukkah, Diwali, solstice, Christmas, whatever your belief system may be, this is a celebration. And I know that this is a time of reflection for many people on gratitude and on marking the end of a year and looking forward to another new year. And so I'm mindful of the challenges we have faced in the past year, in the past several years. And I too want to join Mr. Cox and hope things get better. I am grateful for all the many people working together to talk and to brainstorm solutions, and particularly with regard to our financial picture. Tonight in the board meeting, you will see a presentation, P1 it's called. At this time, that's right, I got it right, P1, first interim, that's right, all these terms. December is our normal cadence for this, and as we have been saying for over a year, we have to wait and see what's coming, and we got some good news this time. I was meeting with Kevin Bultema. I see Vanita Singh here from the County Office of Education, and I want to thank Mr. Bultema and Ms. Singh for helping us over this time when, because we were a flipper district, and because our expenses exceeded our revenues, because our faulty projections and a large increase to compensation and benefits for staff a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, now we've flipped back to basic aid. Mr. Bultema reminded me again today, as I'm always reminded, that we are poor basic aid, but we are no longer local controlled funding formula. With that comes a one-time infusion of dollars, and with our declining enrollment, pretty much sets us up where we may indeed wind up finally being basic aid. But again, it's poor basic aid. Nonetheless, I am grateful for that, and I look forward to us being able to make new decisions going forward. I heard someone say something, but yay. Well, hopefully, we will be able to continue to negotiate in good faith with all our union partners on that type of thing. And it is also the job of the superintendent and the deputy superintendent of business services and his team and staff and the board, most particularly, to make sure that we balance things, that we have a good balance for in the form of wages and benefits, and then programs. And we have to balance those things. But we are in a better place, and I'm very pleased for that. I mean, it's been a very, very rocky time, and we can feel better that in our multi-year projections, it does appear with the cuts that we've already identified that we will have 3 years in the multi-year projections of being able to meet our reserve. That may mean that things will get better. I will say that I was at California School Boards Association, and last week, 2 weeks ago, the Legislative Analyst Office forecast that the state of California would be, over the next 3 years, $68 billion in arrears, deficit spending. The picture for local control funding formula districts will be far worse than for basic aid districts. Basic aid districts will be able to have some relief. Local control funding formula, it is projected those districts not only facing the fiscal cliff after COVID, but now facing another fiscal challenge. For those of us who are remembering 2008, and I know Tom Cox has brought this up numerous times, as is my colleague, Dr. Contreras, those were difficult times in the years following 2008. So I can just hope that we continue with basic aid funding, and that we are able at the same time to balance, maintain our reserve, maintain fiscal health. Tonight you will see Dr. Contreras, and I did talk about this with Mr. Bultema, under advisement of the County Office of Education, we've gone from a negative budget to a recommendation for a qualified budget. That is not a positive budget certification, but it is a qualified budget certification, qualified on the idea that the original fiscal stabilization plan that was approved by the board, that we will continue in those cuts and address deficit spending. So the analogy I like to use, we've used roller coaster before as a flipper district, up and down, but I would say the analogy I would use is the wolves are not at the door, but we're not out of the woods. But I do look forward to being able to go to the negotiation table and knowing that we have new fiscal reality, and also mindful of our need to continue to balance things going forward. It is not everything just hunky-dory. Again, the wolves are not at the door, but we are not out of the woods. I do want to bring up in the consent agenda, I'm very pleased that the board just approved a MOU with Boys and Girls Club, who are fantastic partners with us. I see Corinne Bucher in the room, and I want to thank Cabrillo Education Foundation also for their partnership. And I know that Corinne, I will just say this, and CEF and Boys and Girls Club and Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, ALAS, our partners, have been working to provide, as founding partners, programs at the Community Hub, and I want to thank you for that work. I see Amy McVicker in the room, and I want to thank her for her work this year on the Whale Tail Grant application, which was just approved, so that Amy could serve as our lead on that. And I appreciate you looking for that funding so that we could fund not only Farallon View, but also district environmental sustainability scope of experience. And I will say that there was mention of the California School Boards Association, and I think presentation at California School Boards Association. It is humbling that we were able to get a silver level recognition last year. We have now submitted for another recognition. There has been a lot of work done in this last regard, and it is humbling, and I think a moment of pride for our staff members who make this happen, particularly our teachers. I see Abby Foster has now left, but Abby Foster's on the environmental committee. Joseph Santoni's on the committee. I just saw Sonia Myers the other day. When we did the presentation, several of the slides are on the Little Cunha farm, and the before and after on that in 1 year is really incredible. thanks to her getting grants, thanks to the students helping build the Little Cunha farm, thanks to Jesus and Jennifer Marsh and our construction and maintenance teams for helping them, do what they needed to do to help build that farm. That is just really the Project HEAL, the HEAL Project partners. There's just so much, and I hope in April when we get to Earth Day, we can bring that presentation. It's a revised presentation. I do also want to thank Dr. Bhatia and her work with the Environmental Committee last year to create an environmental scope and sequence by which every student has an environmental literacy and outdoor education experience. It is when I joined the district and saw that natural resources was a big thing for us and a respect for the natural environment and how close we are to the coast. To hear Catalina, for example, talk about the high school and the junior land stewards and the work the high schoolers do with the fourth graders, it is a wonderful thing, and it is a point of pride for this district. And, my California Environmental Literacy Initiative colleagues, California School Boards Association colleagues, 10 Strands colleagues, the reason why they pick on us and ask us to present for this is because our teachers, our classified staff, our administrators, our students, our families, our partners are doing such great work in this regard. I do also want to piggyback on what I heard from Mary Beth about, and others, Kim, I think you mentioned it, Sophia, you mentioned it, the career technical education pathways. It is exciting. Last Friday, I was able to go to Half Moon Bay High School because they were a little short-staffed, so I got to walk around with a walkie-talkie. Very, very wholesome, I find, that campus compared to more urban campuses I've worked on. It was just a delight to be able to walk around with a walkie-talkie and hang out with James Pendergrast and David Jones and kind of use the walkie-talkie. Had a great time, and it really gave me a great time to be able to visit Mr. Wigginton and Mr. Reardon in their class and to talk about the shop there, which is the construction shop, and to see the improvements on the ag science. I know Hanalani and Gail working with bond funding and with our maintenance crew and our construction crew have really done fantastic work there. So I'm excited about the career technical education. I did have the opportunity to attend the environmental committee meeting. At that meeting, I have heard Abby Foster again mention about when can we start doing food to table, and tonight you will see a proposal on a farm to table, excuse me. And tonight you will see a proposal for a central kitchen renovation at the high school, and it is our hope that we can get to a place at some point where we will be able to cook more food with fresh local product from the farms here, and we look forward to developing that. I think that is the next major goal for us as far as our Green Ribbon sustainability work. I'm excited to see the strategic plan coming together. You will see some things highlighted in that, particularly work around, I'm just gonna say, our English language learners or our multilingual students, and students who are at promise and need additional help, a focus on equity, a focus on academic improvement, a focus on sustainability, both financially, environmentally, and employee sustainability. You will see that there is mention there of a replacement parcel tax that we could use to provide more benefits, more revenue to provide more benefits and wages to our employees, and I look forward to a deeper dive on the strategic plan. I did enjoy meeting with the Fairlawn View PTO in a circle, I think in the last month or so, and appreciated being able to answer some questions they had there. And speaking of circle, I was able to take part in restorative circle training and sit with Pilarcitos folks in a restorative circle, and it is always good to be able to be in circle and to hear from people and to be able to answer and speak. And we've talked before, this is a rather dyadic kind of back and forth, not even a back and forth at a board meeting, just people making pronouncements. So I enjoyed those circles. I also enjoyed attending the Boys and Girls Club Gala. Always impressive to see so much of the community come to support their work, and I do appreciate the partnership that they continue with us. We did talk about the California School Boards Association and the Green Ribbon Sustainability Work presentation we did there, and I think a majority of the board was able to attend there, and I appreciate that. Carmen and Sophia and Mary Beth, thank you for doing that. I was able to go to the Half Moon Bay High School reclassification ceremony last week for our multilingual learners who were reclassified as English proficient and fluent, and there's just a lot going on. I'm very grateful. I'm very mindful of all the good things happening. And I'm also very mindful of the challenges that we face. I do think that things are getting better. I'm grateful for that. And I do think there is still work to do to continue to talk and to be deliberate and to slowly try to continue work on our fiscal recovery and to make sure that we humanize the situation and continue listening to one another. So with that, I thank you and I wish you a happy holiday.
Thank you, Sean. That brings us to our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Sophia. For this item, we require roll call. Kimberly,
Aye.
Carmen,
Aye.
Lisette is absent, Mary Beth, Sophia,
Aye.
Catalina. This item passes 4+1.
That brings us to our general business. The first item of business is the strategic plan presentation and public hearing.
Dr. Bhatia and Aurora Laura will present tonight. Again, thank you very much.
Congratulations, President Hines, and thank you, Sophia. It's always an honor to work should any organizations or any educational partners have additional feedback, we want to take that into account. We already have received some feedback, such as shortening some of the language, merging some of the actions and services, and adding a few more details. So during the now January 18th, right, governing board meeting, is that it, right, Rosie? We'll come and present the final strategic plan. Keeping in mind, I also did want to mention that the strategic plan also will be aligned with our key performance indicators. And so later on, when we come to present the LCAP, and again, strategic plan is the North Star, the LCAP will be aligned to the strategic plan, and of course, by default, the key performance indicators will be aligned, and you might see a slight adjustment to the KPIs. And Aurora, I'll go ahead and turn off my mic and let you turn on your mic.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bhatia. So what I'm going to present today is where we've landed in terms of the core values, the vision, the mission, Portrait of a Graduate, and the latest draft of the goals and priorities. As Dr. Bhatia said, this is we're still working through the document because we are taking feedback, we are listening, we're making changes. And so when you see this come back to you in January, it will be stronger because we will have feedback incorporated from both the board and stakeholders. All right, so this is where we've landed on core values. Just a quick review. A core value is a way of being or belief, what we hold most important. This is what kind of guides our work, and we make sure that we take care that our intentions, words, thoughts, and behaviors aligned with those stated beliefs. So I believe we have presented this before, but this is where we've landed. Students first, inspiring classrooms, lifelong learners, welcoming schools, and teamwork approach. These are the words for our core values, and each of them has definitions. I'm not going to read those right now, but I'll just give you a moment to kind of skim through them.
While folks are reading, I just want to suggest to the public, if they're watching this at home, this has been a very long process, involved many, many different educational partners, special board meetings on the weekends. So for those of you who this is your first time like kind of reviewing this work, please know that hundreds of people, I want to say hundreds of people, students, family members, staff members, board members have all been reviewing this work, but I'm inspired by the work as it has finally coalesced.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to move us on. Next, we're going to talk about the vision and mission. It's just a quick review. The vision describes what the organization aims to achieve or be in the future. And the mission describes who the organization is, what it does, and who it serves. So here is where we've landed with the vision. We've shortened it considerably. And the new vision that we have proposed is a place where all children dream and achieve. And then our new mission we have landed on, we provide meaningful, safe, and welcoming places for students to prepare for college, career, and life. We empower everyone in their learning journeys from early childhood through adulthood. And like Dr. McFetcher says, this has gone through many, many drafts, many revisions to get to this point, but we are still open to feedback from our education partners. The next thing we're going to share is the Portrait of a Graduate, and the Portrait of a Graduate articulates the hopes and aspirations and dreams that we have for our students. These are the things that we want our students, the qualities that we want them to have by the time they leave us so that they will be successful in their future. And so here's where we've landed on Portrait of a Graduate. The people who provided feedback have said, when our students graduate from CUSD, we want to make sure that they are lifelong learners, creative problem solvers, empathetic collaborators, effective communicators, and that they are college and career ready. We provided some definitions that I will not read, but this again went through many drafts, lots and lots of feedback, but we're still open to hearing anything else that people want to share.
And I just do want to take a time too for the public to know, and just as we're doing this, the mission and vision, as it stood, was an extremely long document, and most educational partners, families, students, I think staff members too, said, let's get this really short and tight and more crystallized. And I appreciate that with the portrait of a graduate too. These started with lines and lines of definition, and I appreciate that it has finally come down to this, this crystallized form.
Great, thank you. All right, so now we're going to get into the section that we have not presented to you before, and this is where we are hoping to get your feedback. This is an area that we're definitely working on revising, but this is the meat of the strategic plan. So priorities are the broad focus areas for the district. Usually there's about 3 to 5. It's kind of the big buckets of work that we're going to be working on over the next 5 years. Those priorities are aligned to state requirements and district values, vision, and mission, and they capture the district's core functions. The goals, under each priority, we have a few goals, and the goals provide more specific focus on that priority. We usually have about 3 to 4 goals for each area, and they're based on specific needs of improvement. So here's just the structure that we work on. Again, there's some buckets of work, and then underneath them we have a few goals, and then we set the KPIs and strategies. And it is a lot, but we do try to keep it somewhat succinct because we don't want to have 100 things on there that we cannot do well. We're trying to really narrow our focus so that this is something manageable for us to work on and achieve. So the 4 priorities that the district has selected are academic improvement, equity focus, whole child, and district sustainability. And underneath each of those priorities, we have set 3 goals. And in the next slide, we're going to go into more detail about each of those areas and what the measures and specific strategies that we will use. So I'll just say kind of the overall topic for each one. Under academic improvement, we've got a goal around college and career readiness, early literacy, and culturally responsive classrooms. And you can kind of read through the definitions. Under equity focus, we have set a goal around improved achievement for our at-promise students, fair practices for all students, and a safe school environment. Under whole child, we have set a goal for layers of support, social emotional support, and family engagement and support. And our last bucket, district sustainability, we've set a goal around environmental sustainability, fiscal sustainability, and employee sustainability. So now we're going to do a deep dive into each of the 4 areas as kind of the final step of this presentation. So for academic improvement, you can see our 3 goal areas that we just talked about, and what we put next to them is the metric that we're going to use to measure our success. Down at the bottom, right under the blue section, you see the action steps that we will take to achieve that goal. So I'll give you a moment to just kind of read through those. I know it's a lot, so let's just kind of take a minute to read. Okay, yes, jump in.
So I did want to quickly just give you kind of an overview of what's under each area and why the actions were in the way they were. And again, we are going to maybe collapse a couple, but in the college and career, we're really looking at data, taking a look at interventions and PDSA cycles of inquiry in order for us to ensure that we're measuring if the interventions are successful, whether they're academic or interventions that will measure more social emotional. We're using attendance as one of the metrics, doesn't mean that it's the only metric we're using. And again, in order to make the data that we process a little more palatable, these were the focal areas. As you can see here, we have AVID programs under the college and career, And we are using two metrics, the UC CSU A through G requirements, as long as the California Dashboard College and Career Indicator, which I believe is coming live in the next day or so, next week. Under early literacy, again, the Big Lift's focus and our focus is always is a focus on literacy, because our students need to be literate in order to access all core content areas, including mathematics, science, and other subject areas. Culturally responsive classrooms, here we are looking at ensuring that we're giving our educators tools in the classroom that will allow for students, no matter what their background, to feel included, but also providing training and best practice models for learning. Okay, and if you have any questions, I think, right, Aurora, well, I guess we have to wait till the end for questions, but.
Should we just go through all four?
I would suggest that you go through the presentation because it is a public hearing, and then open the public hearing, see if there's any members of the comments from public, and then let the board opine.
Okay, great. So we will move on to our next area, focus priority area, and that is a focus on equity. And this is where we did an equity audit prior to the strategic plan that came out with a set of recommendations, and we presented that to the board several months ago. We shared the results with the steering committee. They identified that this is an area that we definitely want to improve and get better on. We also got that feedback from the surveys that we did with stakeholders. And so what we did is take those, some of those recommendations that came out of the equity audit and put those into the work that's going to happen in our goals and metrics under our focus on equity. Give me just 1 minute. Okay. So as you can see, we've got our goals and metrics, 3 goals and metrics under our equity focus. The goals include improved achievement for at-promise students. And hang on, give me just 1 minute. For increased outcomes using best practice instruction. And our metric for that is by 2029, 75% of the 3rd, 7th, and 11th grade at-promise students will demonstrate 10% growth on the CAA SPP, CASP assessment for ELA and math, LPAC, and RFEP rates for reclassification. And so underneath, we have some strategies for how we are going to achieve that. They include increasing teacher training and, monitoring the use of strategies and those ELD strategies for students, providing early college opportunities for at-promise students through dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment opportunities, and just kind of maintaining interpretation of and translation services for non-English speaking families. Our second goal area is fair practices for all students. The goal is to provide equitable and inclusive access to district programs and pathways. And our metric is that by 2029, CUSD will show a 10% increase in participation of at-promise students in advanced placement, honors, courses, and interscholastic athletics and electives. So underneath, you can see some of the strategies that we will be taking to achieve that goal. And in our last goal area, safe school environment, we would like to, our goal is to promote positive, safe, and welcoming campuses that engage all learners. And the metric is that by 2029, we'll reduce exclusionary discipline by 10% in secondary schools, increasing restorative justice practices in all sites. I will move us on to the next area unless Dr. Bhatia would like to highlight anything else.
Well, I'll just highlight one item on the improved achievement for at-promise students. Just want to kind of reiterate that we're using the definition of at-promise students the same definition of our local control accountability plan, plus we're also adding our own subgroups, but in the local control accountability plan, the unduplicated number of students, which we sometimes refer to as promise students, are socioeconomically disadvantaged students, are English learners and foster youth. But here at Cabrillo, we have other subgroups that are important for us to call out, such as the students with disabilities and other at-promise subgroups. So you are going to see an action here that we added as per recommendation from our committee. Fair practices for all students underneath that. Also very important, and I'm super excited to be part of growing our first diversity, equity, and inclusion committee. That's our 5.1 action. And as you can see in the fair practice for all students, we really are looking at supporting not only our families, but our students through student peer-to-peer student mentorship programs at middle and high school under safe school environment. Again, here we continue to also ensure and support that our students are social, emotionally safe as well as physically safe, such as making sure that we strengthen our San Mateo County Office of Ed Big Five safety protocol, and also continue to increase alternatives to suspension and exclusionary discipline.
Great, thank you. Our next priority area is whole child, and again, we have 3 goals underneath them. Our goals for layers of support are continue student wellness strategies and monitor student outcome data to support the needs of the whole child. And our metric is that by 2029, 75% of 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade California Healthy Kids Survey student responses on school connectedness will increase by at least 10%. For the next goal area, social and emotional support, our goal is to provide services promoting social emotional learning, mental health, and emotional support for students. And our metric is that by 2029, expulsion and suspension data will decrease by 10%, and attendance rates will increase by 10%. And again, the strategies are underneath. And then for our last goal area, family engagement and support, our goal is to provide culturally competent resources to students and families by strengthening community partnerships. And our metric, the way we'll measure our success, is that by 2029, we'll implement a plan for home-to-school connectedness, demonstrating a 10% increase as shown in parent and family surveys. Dr. Bhatia, would you like to just highlight a few of the
Yes, I'll highlight a few of these. So under layers of support, which is also known as a multi-tiered system of support, we really are looking at the response to intervention portion of the MTSS model. And underneath here, you are going to see us really using evidence-based programs, using, again, cycles of inquiry, taking a look at data, and making sure that we are providing systems that support not only the academic, but mainly the social emotional side of needs for students. Now, social emotional support, we're looking more broader, multi-tiered systems of support, is making sure that we continue to implement positive behavior intervention system, continue to implement and grow and provide training on social emotional learning curriculum at all levels, and have those have our we call it cost meetings, coordination of service teams, where a team of leaders and educators within a school meet to really look at the services of the school and see how they can focus on an area of growth of the school. And lastly, family engagement and support. Again, without our family, without our communities, we are a triangle of support for our students. So we really need, we really rely on the support of our families, but underneath the family engagement and support, you are going to see maintaining participation for all of our family organizations, but also determining what engagement means for families, right? There's always room to grow. We use a growth model mindset that if things are good, they can always improve. And so I want to point that one out, 9.2. 9.4, we want to really expand a case management strategy that we use with our migrant education program, where we assign, when we look at the response to intervention pyramid, we look at the tier 2 and tier 1 and assign students that, that might, might like maybe get off the highway, but we want to make sure that we offer that layer of support and ensuring that there's communication between the family to build those safety nets so that our students are successful, as well as our families. Also important that we want to point out, our Half Moon Bay High School, Mr. Andy Boyson and the team have done such a great job already in promoting and educating all of our families around the difference between graduation rates and A through G. You're going to see that 9.5. We are doing a much better job in communicating the difference between A through G and UC A through G graduation requirements, and then Half Moon Bay High School graduation requirements. I was very fortunate to be a part of the DLAC at the Half Moon Bay High School, well-attended DLAC at that demonstrated, and we had the high school and our district, Israel Castillo, present. So we want to continue to grow that model and teach our families also beginning in elementary and middle school to understand that goal. So that's a little 9.5. Sorry, I think I went a little long there. But go ahead.
No, that's great. Thank you. All right. And our last priority area, district sustainability. Our goals are one around environmental sustainability, and the goal is to build on green ribbon work for environmental literacy, optimize facilities, and efficient use of resources. And our metric for that is by 2029, fifth grade CAST scores will increase by at least 10%, and costs from energy and water savings will decrease by 10%. Our goal around fiscal sustainability is to align, augment, and monitor fiscal resources to ensure financial stability. And our metric is that in both the current year and out years in the district's multi-year budgeting process, the district will work to meet its legally required minimum of 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. And then our last goal area around employee sustainability, we would like to create systems to recruit, retain, and support highly qualified and diverse staff. And our metric is by 2029, increase the percentage of diverse teaching staff by 5% and develop opportunities for employee advancement through professional development. So I'm going to let Dr. Bhatia just share a few of the highlights there for strategies.
I'll keep in mind a few. Okay, so under environmental sustainability, and as Dr. McFetridge mentioned, this year we have and will continue to implement our environmental scope of experience. And the next layer of that is to really take a look at our science adoptions that we've held over the last couple of years, kinder through actually high school, and start pulling those environmental sustainability NGSS lesson plans that are aligned to environmental sustainability and continue to define the scope and sequence of lessons across K through 12 and align those through the experience. So we're looking more of a kind of like experience-based learning, so project-based learning, something like that. So that's the couple of the actions underneath there, 10.1, for instance, and 10.2 for fiscal sustainability. And I see Vanita here from San Mateo County Office of Ed. We want to adopt a CUSD fiscal stabilization plan, which you're going to hear later on. Dr. Contreras is going to speak more on that later. And we also want to implement our San Mateo County Office of Education's recommended budget development process to secure accurate account and expenditures and income. for employee sustainability. And again, I know Dr. McFetch talked about it earlier. Here we are looking at leading a parcel tax replacement campaign to provide increased compensation that will help recruit, retain, and support employees, as well as what our amazing Bianca Forrester has talked about and began to build, promoting a Grow Your Own program to identify our own local talent to serve as CSEA and as certificated employees and support the career advancement of our own people.
All right, thank you. So I know that was a lot of information. What we'd love to do next is talk about just next steps in this process. So I'm going to have Dr. Bhatia actually share this slide.
Okay. And so I mentioned this at the beginning, but the next step would be to continue to engage one last time our educational partners so that we can provide final input between now and the January 2024 governing board meeting, when we're going to bring this back for final approval. We are going to obtain input via a Google form that will be posted on our website, and we'll also share that broadly to educational partners and our families and staff. Next step is also to work with district staff and work with a graphic designer from Insight Education. We already are working with our site principals to provide photos that will be included in the strategic plan. So that is happening actually in the next week or so. We already have a meeting set up with some of our teammates. And of course, all of these documents will be translated into Spanish. Also mentioned earlier that key performance indicators will be developed and aligned to the strategic plan goals. And then once the strategic plan is approved, it will be our North Star, particularly to the local control accountability plan. And we're very fortunate that this year, the local control accountability plan will begin a brand new cycle. And so it's a perfect opportunity to align the new strategic plan goals with the new LCAP goals, as well as the metrics. So this is, it's actually like the stars align to the North Star this time. And lastly, the actions here described in the strategic plan will be implemented, and staff will continue to develop a timeline and continue every year present progress on the metrics that are shown here over the next 5 years. And again, I just want to reiterate that this is a draft, so we continue to welcome input from our governing board, from our community, and we will obtain that input and make sure it's aligned to our core values, our vision and mission. We always ask the question, is the action and service being recommended? Is that action and service research-based practice? Is it best practice? Has it been proven to be effective? We always take a look at actions and services being recommended through input, whether it's LCAP or the strategic plan. Is this easily implemented? Can it easily be implemented at different levels? And lastly, is it fiscally feasible? And we'll take that input, ask those questions, see how we can either include it in our strategic plan, or if not, included in our sub-goals that may not be spelled out in the strategic plan. But yes, I think that kind of summarizes it.
Yeah.
And we're now.
All right, so we are at the end of the presentation. We just want to open it up for questions or comments or any feedback that you have at this time, and that's the next part of our meeting.
Thank you. Thank you both very much for your in-depth presentation. We open it up for public hearing. Any comments, questions?
And we do not have any comments.
We close the public hearing. This is presentation, so questions, comments from the board. I've got a few, but if you guys.
We've seen this a few times, but it looks great. And like you said, for the public, like, you know, this has been a lot of work and a lot of people that have worked on this already, but we do welcome any feedback that people might have. But thank you for all the work we've done, and I think we've all been a part of it and felt like a part of it. So thanks for including everyone.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really appreciative to have like our first ever like student-focused strategic plan that had a lot of input and a lot of time for sure from the board as well, and many Saturdays. And Aurora, thank you for being there with us. I had the opportunity to meet with Leticia earlier in the week because I have a little experience with strategic planning in kind of my multiple past lives. And so I took a fairly like thorough review of the plan. And so rather than bore everyone with a lot of copy edits, walked Leticia through a lot of that, but I do have some like more substantive comments I wanted to share with the group as well. Nothing on core values, I thought that looked good. Academic improvement. Actually, one global question I had that we didn't discuss before, Leticia, was around the metrics. I think it would be really helpful both for understanding of the board and the public, but also to just validate the metrics that you have there in terms of the targets, to know what the baseline measures are and what the targets are. So when you say like a 10% increase in completion of UCCSU, like I think it's important to know what's the current completion rate and what's the target going to be then if it's 10% up. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay, here we are. So we do plan actually next academic year, 24-25, to have that year become the baseline and then add, like we want to see a 10% growth, so it will be about a 2% growth per year. We used, mainly if we're looking at the metrics, most of them were 10%. And yes, so the baseline would be this, we're going to use this year's LCAP. So we always, similar to the LCAP, we're using data from a year ago because we really, it's hard to, most of the metrics, whether they're assessments or California dashboard, the data is hard to get in real time, and it's best to use like a year behind. So when we begin 24-25, we will have the data
For this current year. Okay, so
from this current year,
Yeah,
yes.
so this current year will be the baseline, although we won't have that data until next year.
Correct.
Yeah,
And
that makes
some of
sense.
it
In
will
most cases,
have,
some of it will have,
it
yeah,
in the
some of it will
summer,
have.
but some of it
Depends
is
on-
December.
Depends on the metrics. Some you'll have, some you won't. Okay, so that makes sense, because then this is the baseline year. So ending, the June 2024, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, that's a 5-year plan. Okay, I just want to make sure it all checked out. Okay, qualitative kind of comments on the academic improvement piece. I think around attendance and engagement is item 1.3. I would encourage thinking about not only kind of like retroactive things that Geno Pupil Services is doing a lot of really great work around sending like more informational postcards as opposed to like those mean letters parents would like gag on back in the old days when your kid was truant. Yeah, I think that's really, I think that's really good. But also thinking about kind of how staff are addressing the underlying causes for chronic absenteeism. Things like grading and homework policies that might trigger kids to fall behind and then they just don't show up at school anymore because they're kind of hopeless that there's any point to doing that, for example. Streamlining 504 processes too, because if there are kids with unrecognized, undocumented physical medical or mental health medical issues, we should be making accommodations for them in ways that they have access to, and not all families kind of know the questions to ask around that kind of stuff. So that's kind of my qualitative feedback on the first one, as well as I think highlighting perhaps work that is ongoing, particularly at Half Moon Bay High School around evolving the academic programs. And we mentioned the Ag-Sci CTE, which is a great example, but just, continue to shift the model from the traditional kind of AP-centric model that we've had, that everybody has, a lot of schools have, to something that's more, as you said, Leticia, experiential, hands-on, dual enrollment, like articulating coursework that we do at the high schools, make it really, really super easy for them to go on to college afterwards. Thinking about, I know there's been talk maybe about kind of bumping some classes up to honors level, which is like just the grade point average system that we have, like really incentivizes kids taking as many AP classes as they can. Although that's not always healthy. So looking at things like what's an honors class? Like, can you give more credit for a class that is really helpful to kids, but they might not take it because it doesn't give you 5.0. So Things like that, I think could be really helpful. So that's my comments on academic improvement. I can go through all my comments, or I can stop and we can go side by side, whatever folks want, but I have more comments, but or we could do just academic improvement. Maybe I'll just go through all of them, and that's probably easier.
Not through.
Yeah.
I've got a couple too, so.
Yeah. So nothing really on focus on equity. I gave Leticia some copy edits, I think, on that one. For whole child, I think there's maybe an opportunity to call out or really more seriously consider how we expand on a very, very robust CIF athletics program we have at Half Moon Bay High School. Around like other programs, we have some visual and performing arts programs, but our clubs are like not very well resourced and provide an opportunity to create community around areas of interest for kids. I know we have like a climbing club or, things like that, that like, it's hard for kids to get going on that, but they're great opportunities for building community. So that's kind of one qualitative thing I have. Two more things on whole child. Second is integrating wellness supports into the classroom. So thinking not only about additional services that we provide, through the curriculum, but also taking the opportunity to have wellness like integrated into classrooms, be it integrating VEPA techniques around art or music. I know some teachers will use like music to get kids to like arrive in the classroom, things like that, or get up and do the wiggles and move around a little bit so like you actually get physical circulation going. So this might be worth calling that out, kind of the integration of those wellness supports. And on the third column, that family engagement support, I wonder if there's a way to emphasize the importance of building relationships over what can sometimes feel very much like transactional interactions. So with families in particular, so it's like the little things like getting emails consistently answered, or just the nature of conversations are different when you look at somebody and you're talking with them and you're like, oh, we're just getting this business done. Like we're at the grocery store and you're just buying a seltzer water and I'm just going to sell it to you and then we're done. As opposed to, hey, Carmen, you're going to be in here 10 more times probably the next year. Let's say, hey, what's your name? Nice to see you, making eye contact, like building relationships, I think is super important with families, especially families of at-promise students. And I think there's opportunity there, particularly if we call it out in our strategic plan. So last but not least, district sustainability. For that middle goal, fiscal sustainability, I wonder about the metric. Maybe we can target a little higher beyond just maintaining the 3% REU and maybe think about positive certifications like as a target. I don't know, I would defer to Jesus for like what's the most appropriate metric there, but I wonder if something more broad could be useful. I don't know if there are any other the recommendations from FICMAT report that we want to call out there as well, things like implementing position control or implementing a bottoms-up budget process, work that's being done that I feel like is super important. So maybe a good idea to highlight it here in our North Star strategic plan. And then around the employee sustainability, I think a couple things. Thinking about how, two things that we're trying to do at the same time. One is manage decreasing enrollment. And two is kind of shifting what we do and how we do it. I think that warrants looking at our workforce structures, which are very traditional, in education for like 100 years. But thinking about, are there workforce structure adjustments that we should explore to adapt to those things? And I don't know, just thinking outside the box, like an industry, thinking about part-time opportunities, or, if you have fewer people to do the same amount of things, and we're already doing this with district staff, like look at James Barnes' title, it's like 5 things in it, right? Having people that are more jacks of all trades and masters of a few, I'd like to think, could be something that we think about from the HR perspective as well, as opposed to when you're a larger organization, everyone's much more specialized and everyone does one thing, right? Well, maybe everyone's going to be able to do 2 or 3 things, and that becomes more the norm as we have more split classes. Or we talked about, like, if we're not running every class every year, you have 1 year AP chemistry, 1 year AP bio. That's just a bad example, but like multiple credentials become more important in that kind of scenario. So, and lastly, just thinking about how we support our from the HR perspective, how we support this people that are, struggling and don't always get all the support that they need, but are really important to our function as a school district. And that's probably a little bit of a mixed bag, but things like workforce housing, I think, should be somewhere in the sustainability plan around the people, because for many of our employees, that's how they will be sustained when they're not, going home every day thinking if they're going to have a place to live next month. So I would love to see like workforce housing somewhere in there. And yeah, that's it. So yeah, I went through with a fine tooth comb. Leticia got a lot more earlier this week, but it's kind of the substance that I wanted to share with the colleagues here and the public as well for transparency.
Thanks. I have a question. At the very beginning, you talked about a survey going out for feedback. Is this being sent out to all teachers for comment? Okay. Are there any particular guiding? Okay. And are there particular guiding questions for feedback?
It will be open, it will be a combination of like a Likert scale as well as open-ended questions. But there won't be, it's just going to be, here's academic, here are the 4 strategic plan goals, here are core values, here's a vision and mission. Do you agree that this particular item, depending on if it's vision, mission, if it's portrait graduate or the strategic plan goals, are in alignment to our vision, and then give an open area for comments. Because we also don't want to, if we put guiding questions, then we also don't want to like guide people into the wrong way.
That makes sense.
Into input.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to hold space for, and I appreciate all the questions and answers and the engagement we had on the Saturdays when the board met. Because I know we talked, about whole child and there being joy and ensuring that there's rich and diverse curriculum. And when we start reading all the line items, and we talk about MTT, multi-tier system of support, a lot of the language sounds dry, and if you're not an educator, it doesn't feel as robust as I think it's intended. And so, under sustained, and so when I read the core values and then I look at the metrics, is it going to ensure that we have inspiring classrooms and lifelong learners and welcoming schools if we've met all of those? You could conceivably meet all the metrics, but drive the joy out of it. And so, and I don't think any one teacher, any one person in this room would do that, but when you read it, it just think about, are there any other dots we might need to connect there?
I do have to say that we did get that feedback. It was a lot more edulingo, if you say, and we changed MTSS. I'm talking about it, but we put layers of support instead of MTSS, so it can be easier understood. And Aurora, you can talk a little bit about this, but you did mention, like typically the actions are not approved. Like typically that's an internal document, and because we heard that feedback, we brought them because it's too cumbersome for just the general public, but we're trying to be as transparent and inclusive as possible, and that's why we brought that. But maybe you can talk a little about that.
Yes, typically when we work with districts, we end up helping them develop 2 versions. There's one that's like the public-facing version that's simpler, and then there's a way or a link that they can click on if they would like the more detailed information about how we're going to do that. And so that is what we will work on. And so some of what you said, so one, I appreciate your feedback because we probably can make the language even simpler for the public-facing document. But 2, we will make sure that we've got some of those other pieces woven into the longer version that people can access.
Last point would be on sustainability. Of course, I'm always interested in sustainability of programming across like science and music and arts from elementary to middle and middle to high school, that we feed the pipelines. And that seems to, and I know we talked about it, but I'm not seeing it here, and maybe it got scrubbed out in some other spot. But last item, celebrating our teachers. I think a big part of our sustainability and our workforce is finding other ways to celebrate and appreciate our teachers and really have listening sessions to listen, so we hear from our teachers best practices as well. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add that if we incorporate anything about celebrating teachers, I would extend that to all staff to make sure everybody feels welcome.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other final comments?
I was just gonna say, you can't hear you very well on TV, I don't think. I listened to some online when I was gone, and it was really tough to hear when it's so far away.
Okay, I'll get closer. Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this. And we really appreciate the gift of your guidance and facilitation skills through this lengthy and quite relevant process. So thank you, Aurora Laura.
Thank you.
Aurora, similarly, I want to voice my gratitude. I know you do this for many districts across the nation, North Carolina, Texas, New York, yada, yada, yada. Thank you. Thank you for working with us.
Thank you. And my next step will be to watch this video that is posted to make sure we get all your comments actually written down, and then I will work with district leadership to incorporate talk through how we're going to incorporate the feedback that you shared tonight before it comes back. All right, so if there's nothing else, that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is item 7B, approval of the Cabrillo Unified School District's initial proposals for reopeners, negotiations with the Cabrillo Unified California School Employees Association.
And I will present on this because I said I would, and because I just went and talked to CSEA Representative Holly Lynn, and I checked in with Ms. Forrester, our Director of Pupil Personnel Services, earlier in the week, and wanted to take this. Basically, this is a pro forma thing that we do. We have initial proposals. We bring them for reopener negotiations. CSEA this year landed on reopening the contract items. We're always allowed to open salary and health and welfare benefits, and you will see in both memos that CSEA and CUSD are both, of course, saying they will negotiate salary and health and welfare benefits. And CSEA has chosen holidays and the contract language around holidays to open, and CUSD has chosen hours and overtime. I just spoke with Holly Lynn on the way out to confirm CSEA has voted on these things, and these can be approved, and even if they hadn't voted on them, we would provide them to the board so you would know and signal our intention. But this is basically a way to sunshine these proposals so you know that what we will be talking about with CSEA ongoing. We have been doing some negotiations with them, Ms. Forrester and the negotiations team, and these are the items that will be opened by both parties going forward. This is an action item. We would entertain a motion and a second, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think that basically covers it.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second Carmen's motion.
Any questions, comments? Rosie?
Okay. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Sophia. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. This item passes 4+1.
Thank you very much. And now Dr. Contreras will come up to go through the certification approval of the CUSD First Interim Financial Report for the fiscal year 23-24. And as I prefaced earlier in my remarks, and I'm sorry to steal this thunder, but I want to make sure that this is understood. This is good news for us. As we anticipated, flipping back to basic aid, a gift of resources that we sorely needed. And the short version, I'll give Dr. Contreras time to explain.
Good evening, members of the board, President Hines.
What I'm going to be presenting to you is something that statutorily every school district has to bring to the board by December 15, the first interim of, that contains all the activity between budget approval in June, by June 30th, and October 31st. And a reminder that budgets and interim reports are based on assumptions. Assumptions are not reality. They're not real yet. They are assumptions. So let me move through this. And where are we now? As you approved a budget by June 30th, and this is the first interim report. Then that second interim report will be covering where we are, what has happened between July 1st and the January 31st. So we will then remember where we're coming from. 22-23 was a year that the first interim and the second interim reports were filed as qualified. A school district, a board certifies their their financial reports either as positive, meaning that in the current year, in the outgoing years, the district is going to be able to meet all of its fiscal responsibilities. Qualified if there is any questions that there might be meeting them or not, and negative if it definitely does not. So a reminder that 22-23 first interim was filed as qualified, second interim was filed as qualified, and then that required SMCOE, the San Mateo County Office of Education, to say a third interim that was filed as negative. By the time we were arriving at the budget development, we were in a moment where it looked like this. A lot of red indicating that we might not make meet our 3% minimally. With that, also a reminder that then the only time where there are not assumptions, but it's reality, is when we close the books and we bring to you unaudited actuals. And at the time of the unaudited actuals, what we brought to you, it was a $2.5 million negative fund balance and a reserve for economic uncertainties of only $494,000, which was less than the 3% required. That 3% is always expenditures against revenues, and of that ratio, at 3%. So that varies, and depending on those two items. The unaudited actuals brought this that I just said in the previous slides. It was $2.5 million that and $0 for a reserve. So we then spent the summer, and the board was, the San Mateo County Office of Education served a lack of going concern letter in the summer and required a solvency and fiscal stabilization plan. Then SMCOE took a stand of being with us and moving with us and referred us to the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team that came during the summer also, and a report was issued that was received by the board at the October meeting. What this stabilization plan was required that the board adopted a way of getting solvency back into the district, and the board approved at its November 9 meeting a fiscal stabilization plan that would help us address immediately the deficit spending
and aligned the staffing of all of our sites to the number of students that we served. That, as Dr. Mark Petrich had indicated earlier, it was due to a number of factors. One of them is that 2 years back, we had provided, we're anticipating different revenue that what it came, and that puts us into the erosion of the district's, of the reserves. So the plan, it was, I just want to make very clear that the board, clear to all our stakeholders, that the board approved this plan as a dynamic and live plan, meaning that we will continue to seek opportunities of savings, opportunities of reductions that would help us stream what our budget needs to look like, meaning that revenue minus expenditures is not in red. And that, on top of that, we can meet our 3%. So that is work that has continued to be done with staff and with the Budget Advisory Committee. The Budget Advisory Committee understands that this is a work in progress. This is something that will continue to be alive, the fiscal stabilization plan, such that we can then bring to the board any reductions for the out years, for the 24-25 and 25-26. We'll continue that dynamic process. That plan that was approved as a live plan had already rendered some very good results. The board had authorized us to use some of those one-time dollars to pay for some of our expenditures, and many of those during the 23-24 school year render at $2.1 million that helped our situation, and it has identified also in this plan, in this live plan, reductions for the 24-25, opportunities for optimization, 24-25 and 25-26 that will continue to move forward. These are the things which are in the current first interim financial report. Those assumptions that the plan is going to be carried as and augmented is in the fiscal stabilization plan. But as Dr. Mark Petrich indicated, the P1, the apportionment that we heard of in November, mid-November, basically gave us excellent news. And those news are that we are not anticipating only a 2%, but we are anticipating, and I'm using the word anticipating, a 4.3% increase of revenue, tax revenue, over the 22-23 school year. So that P1 is a promise that it will be affirmed in the spring, whether we get those at 4.3% increased. But also that if, as flipping into basic aid, we get to keep or get distributed, the supplemental dollars. But what we are anticipating now, it's a supplemental dollars of $3.8 million, which are incredibly wonderful dollars if it gets to be materialized. If there are some other school districts in the county that should flip back into basic aid, that goes lower. So as of right now, the anticipation is for Cabrillo Unified School District $3.8 million, but it isn't over until it gets confirmed in the spring that we indeed do get those dollars. So with these assumptions that include the taxes plus the supplemental dollars plus the Education Protection Act that back in 2012, where we are saying we taxed some people to produce that, plus the basic aid gives us a revenue, an estimated revenue of $37.6 million, which if they come through by the spring, then we will be getting something that looks much, much better. I just wanted to use this slide to remind us that back in 2021, when we were anticipating a 4% in growth of the dollars, it was only 1.03%. So that is something that when we acted at the time and got a 5.29% increase plus $2,000, that eroded real fast our reserves. And I will cover this a little later also, but now it's the opposite. We're conservatively getting 2%, and it appears as if we might get a 4.3% if it materializes.
I just want to point out how mercurial, how up and down, how roller coaster like that is when you see 1.03% growth.
7.1%.
And then 7.1.
The year that we were LCFF.
This is up and down. And the other thing I want to say, and I want to say this for our colleague Vanita too at the County Office of Education, I just had this conversation with Kevin Bultema, and it is impressed upon me that we must be conservative because we've thought that we would get money and we are anticipating, but it's not for sure. And there's a big amount of one-time dollars here. So I just want to impress that. I mean, it's not popular to hear. People want to say, yay, our troubles are over and we're swimming in money. And I just want to revisit this again. All this will change when the governor comes out with his budget in January, when there's a May revise between him and the legislature arm wrestling, and the legislative analyst office saying that's going to be 1%, 1.2% COLA. Well, what does that mean to us as a basic aid district? We cannot get exuberant. That's why we're representing this as qualified and not as positive, because I also want to say all that's based on us materializing and realizing the financial stabilization plans and the cuts and the efficiencies that we named that we thought we would need to do just to be in the black. So I just want to be the gloom and doom guy for a minute again and remind people the state of California will face great challenges ahead if this is anything like 2008. In 2008, we didn't have rainy day funds, but remember, rainy day funds are $28 billion. It's a $68 billion shortfall that's projected. There will be cuts to school districts. LCFF districts will suffer. They're looking at a fiscal cliff because of COVID funding, and this type of thing will create a more precipitous decline. And we also may be impacted by categorical funds or clawbacks. So I'm sorry, I don't want to say, look, things are beautiful. The wolves are not at the door, but we're still not out of the woods.
So the FICMAT calculator basically indicates then that with this picture, with this revenue, we would be staying basic aid if that everything materializes. Now, differently from the adopted budget, now we see no red. Now we see all black, but it's important as you look into, let's see, if nothing happened and we continue this, just look at the surplus deficit line. You start with a 4 million and then and 23, 24, and then you erode real fast, and then pretty soon we're going towards deficit spending again. So it's important then for us to really implement all of our fiscal stabilization plan. And remember that we need to keep revenue against expenditures, which would give us what we would need. So these assumptions with this 4.3% increase and the 3.8 sound very good, and they are fed into the first interim. But as it was indicated, we really need to keep on looking at implementation of our fiscal stabilization plan, because it is in this consideration. It is in this consideration, and we really need to look into implementing the right sizing of our. If we look at the expenditures that we have against, we get a 3% reserve of about $1.5 million. However, just to put it in perspective, with our current payroll, it's $2.4 million that we would need for payroll. So that gives us an idea that the 3% is a good legislated something, but it is not something that we can really turn on and leave off for any particular months. Well, with this, a reminder also that 1% of the salary increase in the current assumption is $333,000. So that's 1%. But if it is a 2% or a 3%, times this, it's ongoing. That is why it's important for us to right size. Did I say right size a few times? Because we need to really look at ourselves in those terms. One important thing that we need to keep in mind, and this is advice from our SMCOE, is that we need to always look at deficit spending first, then look at the compensation later, and then what program enhancements can we do? Is program important? It's very important, but we have wonderful things going on in our schools, but it is time for us to really keep at our deficit spending, and then so that we can then in turn immediately turn to compensation for our because of these risks, because of where we are. That's why we are bringing to the board this first interim to be certified as qualified, and the reason for that is the risks that we are, high risks that we have right now. So that's the extent of my presentation regarding the first interim. Any questions?
Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes, so moved, sorry.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jesus, very much. I know it's a lot of detail to be tracking, and it's a kind of a moving target, and appreciate all the work that you put into presenting. And my takeaway is we're hopeful with 4.3%, but we won't have a confirmation until we know how the taxes shake out in the spring. Any other questions, comments?
I have some questions and comments. I think, I agree with those takeaways. There's still a lot up in the air right now, and things are so uncertain. And I think last year's example of our revenue increases being a quarter of what we forecast, and we forecast, I think, fairly conservatively, based on the calculator, was saying 6. And so I think that's really important to say. It's good that, like, right now, we're not, like, dire today, but that's based on assumptions, as you said, Jesus, that things will get better, but those are some pretty big, ambitious, risky assumptions. I have some specific questions about the actual MYP. I'm curious, I assume that this includes like the increase in insurance costs that we know we're having this year, right?
It
Health
does.
insurance costs, okay. My second question, let me see if this is on the, actually, I had a bunch of questions on the SACS report. Maybe I'll follow up with you separately on
Okay.
that, because I don't want to take up the time here to have more
Certainly.
detailed questions on that. Yeah, I think for me, the other key takeaway too is that $3.8 million is like amazing. It's one-time funding. Oh, I did not expect it to be, I expected it maybe half that amount. And I think the important thing we need to remember is that's one-time funding. One-time funding, do we mention it's one-time funding? Right? Because that was just like a big like bonus, right, that came in, and that changes our financial picture tremendously, in addition to like the cuts that you were making through the fiscal stabilization plan. And now that we're looking more stably in community-funded or basic aid format for our budget, that's not going to happen again. Like, so this year, I just kind of bird's eye view, we kind of got into we got into trouble because the revenues didn't pan out to what we expected, and therefore the additional expenses were not affordable. We kind of got saved a little bit through the hard work of the cuts that you've made, but also through this like lucky, weird, I would say very strange aspect of the state funding formula that just plopped us down 3.8 million, when last time we flipped, we only got 2 point something.
Yes,
So it's like, and as like you said, I appreciate that you mentioned that number, who knows where it's going to end up, because if one or two, there are, I think, a lot of, Benita would know more, like how many LCFF funded districts there still remain in San Mateo County. Not as many as there used to be, but there still are some, and if a couple more flip, the number, that one-time funding could even change a lot too. So this like looks nice, but it's kind of like a big chunk of salt.
Well, and you
comes with
know,
this.
we'll never get that one-time funding again.
That's
probably.
was my big point. Like
That's
that
it.
will probably, knock on wood, because
Saved us twice.
if we do, it means we will have flipped back to LCSFF, which in the current economic environment in the state and the country and beyond would be horrific.
And declining
With
enrollment.
declining enrollment, like going back to LCFF would be massive. That would be like 2008 levels of terrible.
Flipping back, as you said, to LCFF with our enrollment would be
Disastrous.
painful.
Yeah, very painful. So yeah, so I think that's the important thing to know. This is one-time funding, so I think we need to just keep looking at, it looks like maybe our deficit spending right now is not too terrible, or it's like we're still in the black
Right.
right now, based
Is that
on
the
current
first time we've
assumptions.
ever seen that?
Once in a while.
Once in a while.
Once in a while,
That's
but
good. I mean,
again,
great.
this is based on bullish, this is I will be honest, I'm having trouble believing a 4% revenue increase. Like
4.3?
4.3.
Yes.
That sounds really rosy in this economy right now, when people aren't flowing in stock that they could sell and buy houses anymore.
But this is San Mateo County.
Interest rates are high too.
And
so.
interest rates are high too, so I take that with also big fat, like big,
Believe it when we see it.
yeah, big fat, like horse-sized salt thing.
Yeah. It's,
Beyond a grain of salt, that seems pretty ambitious.
we'll hope for everybody gets a magic 8-ball for Christmas.
Yeah.
Rosie, any other comments or
Action.
questions? This is an action we've already made.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. This item passes 4+1.
I'd like to suggest we take a 7-minute bio break. And there's this jingle jangle, there's a box here, and there's at the donut table too, so everybody snack up and grab some coffee.
Can I have a second, please?
Second,
You motion.
So, I'll do the second.
Thank
Okay.
you, Sophia. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 4+1.
You gotta go.
last one.
Yes.
I appreciate Vanita Singh being here from County Office Education. And our next item is item D.
Good evening again. This is an item that we are required to have a fiscal update every month. And Vanita, and on behalf of the San Mateo County Office of Education, representing the San Mateo County Office of Education, is in here during this item. And basically, it is about reminding ourselves where we are. Rosie? Okay. And reminding ourselves that where we are and what we are. Okay. Okay, Rosie. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, Rosie. So the FICMAT that was referred to earlier is delivered as a report that was presented to the board in October. Next, Rosie. That FICMAT basically was had a summary telling us that we had an over-reliance on the consultant for financial reporting, and the district is taking action, and so that is beyond this 23-24, we are not going to be getting that support. Rather, Jennifer is getting very well versed with the support of the SMCOE and the support of FICMAT itself to take those control of those reporting and all the different things. The lack of a position control system, that has been a lot of work, and Bianca and Leticia, myself, all of us are working on cleaning and clearing the position control system with the support of SMCOE. SMCOE has come and trained our staff and has come and helped us with that. Next, Rosie. And the budget development process, this year we are going to be adhering to the same process that the county has provided, and with the county support, again, we will be developing the budget under those parameters and with that support. The lack of going concern letter required that we got a fiscal analysis from the FICMAT, and what I wanted to bring to the board is, so what's in the FICMAT report? The board has already seen that, next one, Rosie, there are 20 dimensions, 20 different areas that are contained in the FICMAT report. These different areas, many of them have the ones that have a higher percentage are the ones that are the recommended that we take a closer look at. In this case, the budget development and adoption, which is a 5.5 in there that I just mentioned, that we are moving towards aligning the process with SMCOE, along with the budget monitoring, which we are doing part of that. And then there is the notion of number 8 of deficit spending, which is part of what we are looking at.
I just want to point out, and I've been the guy who says this in PTO meetings when I've been asked to come to circles, and I hear, Sean, what is this about? District mismanagement, yada, yada, yada. I want to point out this factor I've taken issue in the past with how this has been reported. Anybody who looks at the FCMAT report, look at number 6, collective bargaining agreements, 3.1%. Through no fault of our own or our employees, that number is high also, because the lead in the story is that what can be attributed to our fiscal crisis was that we gave too much at our bargaining tables. So I just want to point that out. I know it's not a popular thing. I will often take responsibility for this. But because I was at the negotiations table, because I recommended the adjustments, because I thought our employees, I do still believe our employees deserve more pay. I wish we could pay them double what they get paid, all of them, triple, quadruple. But I do want to point out that's something that doesn't really hit the report, but it is a high number there. It is the cause why our expenses exceeded our revenues. I just want to point that out.
The next set of the domains, dimensions, Rosie, on the next slide, indicate also that that 3.9 is the reserve, and that is something that we are looking into augmenting our reserves. So, and seeking ways in which we can have that reserved in place. The next big one on this one is the position control, and I already addressed the fact that position control is something that we're doing with the support of the San Mateo County Office of Education.
And as a point of privilege, I will speak to this also. You know, I get asked about this also. It wasn't that we had nothing in place, but I want to remind people too that Bianca Forrester joined us and there was a transition, and we also had another employee in the accounting department, and so this is about training new employees to do this kind of work. But I will also say that, and I took this up with FCMAT and Tammy Montero, who was here and presented, charming, very smart, responsible, reliable, admirable person. But I did say, hey, if we weren't doing any position control, how come PTOs are screaming at me about us having combo classes and staffing so efficiently as we showed in our elementary school breakdowns? So it is true that also many districts have suffered with this because of the increase in positions, and it's part of the fiscal cliff that we see post-COVID. If you saw the newspaper, I don't want to pick on anybody, but San Francisco Unified, for example, has named 900 employees that may be shed. Now, a lot of those may be employee positions that never were filled, but nonetheless, when you get into big urban districts or when you get into small rural or semi-rural suburban districts, it is the case that we hired up, staffed less leanly and efficiently, particularly after COVID coming back, because we had the money to do it. As those dollars drop off, as we face a fiscal cliff because of that, of course, there is going to be a need for still cutting of staff to be efficient. I just want to point it out there.
The next slide, it's a number of things that I have already mentioned. The fact that we are looking at optimizing our different domains of as specified in the FCMAT report. An example of that is that now we're looking at 5 of us looking into how can we help the special education. Remember that we have contributions, high contributions. Well, how can we then improve ourselves such that we can help our internal controls regarding special education and deficit spending. So all these domains come together as we start applying them for specific areas. And the next slide basically is, so we will continue to work with our Budget Advisory Committee, and then that we can then continue to bring forward any opportunities that we might have, and as we continually bring updates to the board, we will be then bringing you how the FCMAT standards are being implemented, are being dealt with, and then served as parameters around which we can improve our fiscal health. That is basically the presentation that I had to you as an update with Benita here. If you have any questions of us regarding this update.
I can start, have some questions, questions and comments. Thank you. First of all, I think it is, for me, really helpful to have this each month as a standing item, to have their county partners here, and to also acknowledge how helpful it's been to have our county partners here to give us like a little bit of the support we've needed. I think a lot about kind of like what Sean said earlier about like perceptions, but also needing to see the bigger picture in terms of the size and the nature of our district and where we were 4 or 5 years ago, how far we've come, and being able to have laid the foundation for a lot of the work that now is like, okay, it's like kind of the final step to implementing position control, because we've done a lot of other work in HR to like fill positions. That's like, you're not gonna improve systems until you have like teachers in classrooms first, right? That's like the most urgent and important thing. Now we could do the things that are important that have become urgent, because we had to do the other kind of urgent things. And I think of it just like a family that's like a low-income family. It's hard to like perfectly manage your budget and have like all the great systems in place, online, managing all your stuff when you're like worried about just getting food on the table that night. So I appreciate how much has been done and how much continues to be done with the partnership with the county to kind of help us get those foundational systems in place that hopefully it'll be a little bit easier to avoid having some of the dips and the challenges. And with that, I think about like kind of the cultural shift that we're making too, is going from like survival mode to more of like an investment mode, where we think about like, what do we need to do today? We urgent, we need help, we need to spend money right now to fix something right now. It's like, well, if we think about things in the longer term, you could actually, and that's where the sustainability piece comes in. I think in terms of our strategic plan, you can be more efficient and be more thoughtful and more mindful and targeted. And for me, housing's a good example of that, where like you can think about the assets that we have that are like, it's just assets sitting there underutilized right now that we can use to offset some of the, the challenges we have with our general fund, for example. So I just wanted to point that out as well. And just thinking about like, I guess a second piece I would request too is we think, and I think we're doing this in many ways, is that there's a lot that we can do that doesn't cost money, right? And some of the things that the strategic plan address that, even the relationships piece, that like, to me, a lot of it's like, if we have relationships with people, we don't need to send them 8,000 emails and have staff to send 8,000 emails. Like if we're more connected and in touch with people, or just, I don't know, have more of a culture of like seeing each other and respecting each other, just kind of, across the board, then it's like, well, we don't need extra stuff. It's the principle to me behind MTSS and how like the tier one, the foundational, how we do what we do. If that's really good, you don't need a lot of extra stuff. And that is more sustainable financially too. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. Any other questions? Okay, we will move on now to the approval of Measure S and Measure M Bond and Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee 2022-23 Annual Report. Mike Alfano.
Mike Alfano serves as the chair of this committee, and he's going to be addressing the board now with this report.
Good evening, board and staff. First off, I'd like to thank Holly and the staff at the office there, district office, that have helped me so much through this whole process. They've been there to help me with these reports and organizing meetings, and with the Brown Act, it's tough. I can't just call people and say, hey, the meeting's tomorrow at 4 o'clock. We have to do it in a certain way that makes sure that it's following the Brown Act, right? So that being said, the staff has been awesome, specifically Holly. So thank you very much for her help. So my name is Mike Alifano. I'm the current chair for the Measure M, the Measure S, and the Measure I Oversight Committee. So Measure I used to be the Measure E, the first parcel tax I was involved in back in 2010. It brings in 1.6 million-ish dollars, and that's really to help keep schools open and help bring more money to the teachers in salaries and do everything we promised in that parcel tax. And the other two is Measure M and Measure S. And Measure M or Measure S was the first one in 2012, and that was $81 million. And then Measure M came along in 2018 and brought in, it was $99 million. So I wanted to give a little bit of background for a lot of the people that get confused with all these bonds and parcel taxes and the measures I and S and all these different things. I had a conversation with Rob Gasco back in 2008, 2009. And we were at a fundraiser. I was new to this whole school district funding situation, and he said to me, Mike, we are so different than other school districts compared to like Hillsborough School District, San Carlos School District, a few others. I said, what's that? He said, well, we don't have three things that they have. And I said, what is that? He said, we don't have a funding parcel tax. We don't have a funding bond, facilities bond for rebuilding our schools, keeping them up to date. And we don't have a funding endowment. And honestly, when he first said that to me, a lot of it went over my head. I didn't know. And he said, those are things this community can work on. I can work on working with Sacramento and trying to change budget issues from up there. But this is what you and your community can do to help, our schools and our kids and our teachers. And I said, okay, I'm in. What do we have to do, right? So I got involved in Measure E from the beginning. We passed that. It was phenomenal. We hadn't had a win from an election side of things for our schools in many, many years. And that was a great thing for our community. It still was new to me, but it was exciting. Shortly after that, in 2012, we did Measure S. I remember when they talked about Measure S and the bond and how they came up with $81 million and, how much do we really need in total? And they quickly figured out, 81 was a beginning, right? They knew it was going to be a couple hundred, if not more than 300,000, once we did a facilities master plan and figured out everything the school district needed. And they did that after they passed that bond, and we figured out it was in that $300 million range, over mid $300 million. That's everything, right? And we knew we couldn't go to the community and say, hey, we need $350 million. Can you vote on this bond, tomorrow? We knew we had to do what we did with Measure E. Was the reason why we didn't pass Measure E for so many years, that a current parcel tax, was because we needed the community support and they needed to trust us. We had to show a track record of accountability. We had to show that we were doing good with those dollars that the taxpayers were giving us. And we devised a committee that said, hey, we're going to do that. How can we do it? We said we're going to have an oversight committee with the parcel tax, which wasn't required. We are going to do an audit. We are going to do all these things that will bring accountability to this, parcel tax. And we did that. And we said, now we can't get $350 million. We have to do this in chunks. So we have to do the same thing. We have to have accountability. We have to prove to the community that we're going to do good with the dollars. And I can say to this day we have, being on all these different oversight committees and chairing this committee currently. And it's not easy, right? We realize that there are a lot of difficulties in trying to figure out where these dollars are coming from, what they're going to be spent on, and how you're going to charge them to different different funds and categories and so forth. So that being said, this last round we've been very worrisome about is we need to figure out how to finish our last two elementary schools. We've got Hatch done. We've got to figure out and make sure we have enough dollars to finish El Granada and Fairlawn View. So I commend the board and the staff for taking some advice. It's not in our purview or oversight to be on this committee to ask you guys to do certain things, but I think the community voiced their opinion, and you guys did the right thing, which is start both those schools now. We know the longer we wait, the more the construction costs are going to go up. So I appreciate that. The community appreciates that, and I think that's the right step. My concern as a community member is making sure we continue to keep those dollars available so that we can finish those two schools. That is super important to so many people on the coast, especially on the North Coast. They see Hatch, it's done, and they want the same thing. And I would feel the same way if that was my home school and I was living up that direction. So anything in your power to make those two schools get done on time, on budget, I'm all about it, because we all know we have to go out for another bond. And we know as an oversight committee, we're gonna have to oversee that you guys spend those dollars properly. And we wanna make sure that the community is right there with us and they support it and they understand it. And they have any questions, even though we're an oversight committee, they still come to us with questions, and we're always willing to answer those questions and explain our duties as an oversight committee member, what the community does in total, and then what other information we know, history-wise. And we get a lot of questions. I get calls, not every day, but probably every other day, about what's going on with the school district budget, construction, things like that. So it's important for the community to know what's going on, because they're voting on this stuff, right? And it's confusing when you hear all the different budget issues that are out there and everything that we got to see tonight. I'm involved, and some of that stuff still confuses me. Okay, so I could just imagine a parent showing up at a meeting here trying to figure out what's going on because, they hear certain things in town or they read an article in the paper. So there's always two sides to every story, and you have to be involved to know what's going on, and it's not easy. So I can imagine what it would be like for you guys volunteering up there, doing your job. So I can vouch that it's not a simple one for sure. So moving forward, I wanted to make sure I gave a little bit of background on that, because a lot of people don't understand how far this goes back, right? Like Measure E is not E anymore, it's I, right? That's how, with the last version of it, we did something back then. We said, hey, we're not going to have a parcel tax that will never sunset. Most parcel taxes back then went on for perpetuity. And we said, well, wait, why don't we have this, sunset at 5 years or 7 years? And then they know it's not forever, and they know they can support this, and they know that, hey, there is an end to this, and if we do good, maybe they'll let us renew it. And that's what we've done. That's why this went through different revisions. So with this year's audit, every year we get an audit, and it's part of the report that you'll see in front of you. And for us, it was a simple one this time. As we go through this audit and we look at the different questions that we had, a couple things come up that a lot of people don't know. They don't look at every single statement that comes through the school district. They take a sample of it and they inspect it, and they make sure that it follows different rules of accounting and finance, and they make sure that the school district's doing the right thing with these dollars. I will give you an example that came up. They asked, a committee member had asked, hey, there's 4 new trucks in the yard. How do we pay for those? And this was at the time we were doing some new construction, right? And there was a lot going on. And the staff went back to figure out, how are we doing this? And came back to us and said, hey, based on what those trucks will be doing, this much of the bond and this bond are paying for those trucks. And this is what the school district is covering for current, general fund, participation. So it's tough to see that, the district's only paying for 1.25% of those 4 trucks, but that's how it goes, right? That's how we're breaking it up, and how much of the bond is paying for it. So we had questions like that. But in the most part, when we looked at the audit, it was very clear. We didn't have any things that were glaring or came out that raised a lot of concern. And the auditor was on point with, all the questions that we had, going back and being able to present that to you guys tonight. And then obviously you have the annual report for 2022, 2023 in front of you. And a couple things that I wanted to point out in that report was obviously we have 6 current oversight committee members. And let me just get down to the roster at the very end here and give you kind of what we're doing based on what is required by us. Let me just see here. It was our duties, and what I'm trying to get at here while I find this is we need more committee members. And here we go. So myself, Mike Alfano, Zachary Bennington, Brianna LaFontaine, Lenny Lakokis, Lisa Zanetti, and Kendra Holland. And there's three of us that are at large, or I'm sorry, a couple that are at large. We have three that are parents of kids in the district. We have one that's representing a senior organization. And so we filled all those positions that we needed of the six, but we need some more. So I've asked, obviously you as the school board appoint the people to the committee. We need some more people. And I'd like to, in my opinion, have a couple more people on that committee and maybe a couple in the wings, ready to go in case something happens to a committee member. I think it's important, so we really got to kind of work together to figure out. That's one of my goals in the coming years, to make sure that we fill this committee all the way up as much as possible. So anybody out there that's watching or listening, if you're interested, there's an application on the school board's website, and they can fill it out and turn it in. And I know Holly would be happy to take that in and get that presented to the board so we can get some more committee members. And then other than that, we have lots of questions about, getting the two schools done. That's not in our purview, but I wanted to make sure we relay that back to you, that it's something that is a major concern. It's probably the biggest question we all get, and it's not what we're doing right now because those schools aren't done, right? So I wanted to make sure I relayed that to you all and let you know that there is a strong sense of residents, especially on the North Coast, that really want their schools done up there, Ogrenada and Fairlawn View. And I know you guys are working super hard at making that happen, and I commend you for it, but it is something that, if we're gonna go back to the community and ask them for dollars, we've really gotta make some progress up there, and I know we're working hard at it. So keep up the good work, and we'll show them that we're doing good with what the dollars that they voted on. Other than that, there's not much else that I have to report on that sticks out or is something that you need to know about. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you for your diligence, Mike, and
Absolutely.
the details that you bring to us.
Absolutely.
This is a action, so do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thanks. I'm sorry, other questions?
I just had a question about the committee. How often do you meet, just so people will know?
Thank you, reminded me to make sure I'll let you guys know about that. It's minimum 4 times a year, typically 5. And the 5th usually comes with looking for errors in our report or something wrong in the audit we have more questions about. In the last couple of years, we went back to the auditor and said, hey, we got some more questions. We want to get some more detail on certain reports. And they bring it back to us if they can't answer them at that meeting. So that typically has happened in the last few years. And I think it's a good thing. It means everybody's, scrutinizing the audit, asking good questions. And if the auditor doesn't know right off the top of his head, they're going to get back to the resources and get us answers that we need. So typically 5 times a year on average.
Okay, good.
Yep.
It sounds like you're being thorough. So
We
that's
are.
great.
It's a little bit of work, yeah.
And are you looking specifically for parents or members at large, or does it matter what your affiliation is, senior or?
Kind of beggars can't be choosers right now, right? So I fall into a couple categories. I can be part of different groups. I'm a business owner, right? So that's one of the positions, a local business owner, which I can move over to that position if I need to. Obviously, parents. There's a position, I think, for somebody that's retired from the school district. There's also another position I think would be good that we've had in the past, but it's somebody that represents a bona fide taxpayers association. It's like Jarvis or one of those. But I think that if we, on the coast, if we can get some volunteers, I certainly think we can make sure we cover all the positions that are out there.
I just want to first thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation, all the work that you're doing on this committee, for yourself in the leadership role, together with Kendra, I guess is
Yes,
co-lead?
Kendra's my co-chair, yep.
And all the committee members. It is a lot amount of time, and it's not the most exciting thing for a lot of people, but I think the way that you approach it in terms of the importance of it and the diligence by which we can review these kinds of materials, including audit reports, to demonstrate accountability as a foundation for the more exciting things we want to do, like the actual construction stuff, I think is so greatly appreciated, because that's necessary. It can't just all be like the fun stuff. And I mean, okay, it's kind of fun in some ways, right? To just make sure everything looks good. So I was gonna ask like a logistical question, because I can't remember in the past how we've done it. I noticed for this board packet, we had the audits for just M&S. Do we normally do an audit for a parcel tax too, or no?
Yes, but it was done early.
Oh, okay, that's what I was trying to remember. So it's not synchronized with these?
Correct.
Okay,
The committee had gone through that first, and then
okay, so
And
this
then
is just for the bonds?
For the bond, correct.
Plus the annual report?
Correct. And, part of needing some more volunteers is in the past, we had an oversight committee just for the parcel tax.
Yeah,
And again, that was voluntary. It's not required by the California State Constitution, as well as, some other things. So it's really what we're trying to do also. And also, we have, the previous bond that's not completely, done, and then obviously the current bond. So having 3 oversight committees is somewhat repetitive. So having one committee that oversees all 3 is where we're at right now. And, with changes, we'll see how things play out. But, that's where we're at right now.
That's awesome. No, that's my main thing, was a big thanks to you guys for doing this work. It's tremendously valuable to us to know that there have been community members involved, working together with staff super closely to make sure everything checks out.
Yep. And another big thank you to Jesus. He has been a trooper. We've lots of new questions for him, and he's been great. A great resource. We asked some really tough questions, especially lately, and he's shown up with those answers if he doesn't already know right away. So he's been awesome. So we got great resources. I think the committee as a whole, especially myself, is very thankful for the staff and everything they bring to the table for us, because it's one thing to ask a question and not get an answer right away. I mean, it's expected. You hope everybody has an answer, but it's another thing when they actually do that due diligence, go back and get that answer and come back to us. And whether it's a presentation, which he's done many for us, it's good because there's some explanation. It's not just a number. It's how do we get to that number, and why is it at, why do we have that number? Where, how does it affect this total? Those are things we're asking, and they go above and beyond. So we're very lucky to have them. Yeah. And one more compliment. Besides Holly, I already said Holly, but Holly's awesome, right? And Jennifer obviously has helped us out quite a bit too, in the finance department. But I sometimes have some tough questions, and your superintendent is the most accessible person, whether it's before a meeting or on a weekend. We just talked on Friday for a couple hours. I mean, and then I called him from my other phone by accident, and he called me back at that number. It was like, I missed your call. I'm like, we just talked for 2 hours. So super, super available, great listener, and we're lucky to have him. I think probably one of the happiest moments of my experience with this school district in the past 10 years was hearing you guys signed a second contract with him. I think that is huge as a school district. It sets a tone, because we all want long-term teachers, right? And if you set that tone at the district level, you're practicing what you preach. So I think that was a great move on your part, and we are lucky to have him. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Rosie?
Action item. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Thank you. Passes 4+1.
Next is the Hatch Elementary fencing update.
Thanks for your service, Mike. I really appreciate it.
This item is to inform the board where we are with the fencing project. And in in here, this fencing is going to be funded, is funded through bond proceeds, and it has already been approved by the school site council at Hatch, but QKA architects have recently sent it through the Division of State Architects, and it is now approved. These projects out there include also the installation of a portable building to serve as a family center in the early learning classrooms in the back of Hatch. That is paid with a hybrid of grants that are procured from those programs, and also with district bond funding. Part of that project also is the installation of platforms in the back of those portables, and that is to serve our students with disabilities. So we're getting better and better at serving our students by getting those platforms that are paid through grants from those programs, and hybrid funding so that we can get to serve our students in the fence. It's a rather complicated project because of DSA, different ways that it has to be, and the different funding, but we're very grateful to QKA that it is helping us discern all of that, and as well as designing those projects, and also helping us carrying them through the DSA. So that those renderings are how that is going to look like, and where the fence is going to be. Also, part of that is where that is going to be out there in the some details. So just information to you, letting you know that we're anticipating that that is going to be bidded shortly, and then we anticipate that to be coming up soon. Any questions?
Thanks. What is the, I understand it's going out for bid, but do you have a ballpark of what you expect this to cost?
For this, multiple answers to that. The platforms, it's about $200,000. That is the fencing itself. It's $350,000, $400,000, depending on where we go here. And then the portables, those were already acquired with 400. One of them, it was $270-some thousand, the larger one, and the other one is one that had been moved from the Los Listos campus, and it is sitting out there. So the contractor is going to be bringing all of that online under the guidance of QKA.
And once it gets going, what's the estimate kind of window of installation?
We are aiming at April, finishing by April, the projects. These are projects that had been already in the makes, that the portable has already been designed, and it's already in production. So now we need the contractor to come and bring it and place it.
And so when does it start? Is it just, like a 6-week, 2-month? Does it start in January? Just trying to understand the scope and timeline.
We are thinking that we would want to do like between February and June, we should finish all that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
This is just an information item. I just want to thank Jesus for his resilience and persistence with this project, because it is complicated. You will all recall that at one time, the kindergarten portables on the, I guess that's the east end of the campus, near that field, we kept those portables there so that we could have after school and preschool. We have our inclusive early education learning grant there, Rosalva Segura, Graciela Krabenschmidt, that team, et cetera, after school, being able to provide after school there through our extended learning opportunity program. This has been a lot of braiding of funding from a lot of worlds, the inclusive education, special education, getting all kids in that. We will be bringing in the new year a policy for you and a policy statement about our value of inclusive education for early childhood education. We were lucky to be on tap, if you will, to get money from the County Office of Education for that, I believe. And we were lucky to be able to save those portables because that was temporary housing before they built the new kindergarten wing. The truth of the matter is, if you go over there to see extended learning, or I was there for a morning breakfast with families for the preschool program and the inclusive education program, they really make it sing, and those facilities are quite nice. The fencing has been a long time coming, and you will remember after Uvalde, there was a cry here at a board meeting to please do it. And then we worked on designing the fencing, and then we had to get the school site council to do it. But once again, DSA approval took a long time. So I just want to thank Jesus for keeping his eye on the ball and getting to this place. It's a long time coming, but we will have perimeter fencing and security fencing for Hatch. We already have it here on this campus. Has made a great difference to the school day and to the safety of the facility. And now we can look forward to eventually, probably with another bond, fencing also for El Granada, Fairlawn View, and ultimately the big question of the high school, how would you ever fence an open campus? But, you know, we're slowly making progress on that regard. I want to thank Jesus for keeping at it.
Thank you. GMP. At El Granada modernization, the board approved back in May a contract with Rodan for this lease back to be doing the phase one of the El Granada building of one new building and the space to move all of our places. And at the students in November, the board approved an integrated project, including phase one and phase two, to the tone of $45.9 million. That gives us this phase one, which includes the parking lot, includes the new building, and includes the sway space back in at this GMP one that is presented for approval, for consideration of approval. It's one that has been worked with the contractor is bringing forward with QKA as the designer, and of course with that district, myself, and construction management, which is Roger. And the vetting of all of this is what we're bringing to you for approval. It has, as you saw in the packet, 3 parts I placed in here, that A, B, and C, for a total of $18 million and $18.7 million. That is what is before you for approval, and this is what we want to let you know that our people here, Rodan is here, and we got QKA, Lyanne is here, and then construction management, that's Roger here, and we are the team. That's the beauty of LLB team, that we can work together to bring the best buildings that we can to our students, to serve our students. With this El Granada, we have a coastal development permit, which is in process. That when Roger told me that we needed to pay, I said, that's very good news. Now we're going to be getting to pay. That means that all the fees are in, and what we understand is that it is being, the project is being put out to the different agencies for their consideration. So it will take time, but it is something that we're looking forward to, that Coastal Development Permit, CTP. So we also wanted to, along with this, what this project, what this item is about the approval of the GMP one, the guaranteed maximum price. But we also included in here, we had been wanting to get some information to you about some challenges that we're still going to continue to communicate with I shouldn't call them challenges, some situations that we would need to communicate with all stakeholders. What has happened thus far is that the school and the committees have looked at what is that the design team, the QKA team, has looked at, and then got us ready to get permitted through DSA. Now, we cannot start any construction until we get the coastal development permit. So that will require, once we get that, some of that will require continued communication with our neighbors. So that's a work in progress. That's something that we will continue to do. Then the parking lot lighting is one that we know that for liability purposes, our architects need to tell us that we need some lighting in that parking lot and the amount of light that it is indicated. Now, it is not something that it has to be is not code. However, it is their responsibility to let us know that we would need to light adequately that space. So also that's what they are exercising, the right to tell us that we need to light it. But the district may choose not to, or use different options. So that is the part of what the dialogue needs to continue to be. What are the options? What are the things that we can then exercise? Similarly, as we move and place the trash enclosure and the compactor, those are things that need to continue communication. Does that affect that the approval of the GMP one determines this, or is all done? No. That's the beauty of an LLB. We will continue to work collaboratively with everybody and our stakeholders to make sure that we come up with something that it is agreeable to all stakeholders. And then, of course, the idea is to take care of those pristine and beautiful views that we enjoy there and that are in that part of the beautiful world, that we can keep those as clean as we possibly can. And that gives us, ideas where we could place our trash enclosures, et cetera. And there have been a few places, but the most viable at this point, it would be like trying to get them not to obstruct the view. So that's how this is portrayed, and of course our design team is going to be looking more in depth into it, and then getting us 3D renderings that we could study, that we could look in and see and share with the rest of our stakeholders, neighbors, and how are we going to beautify that? There are a number of ways in which we can make it beautiful and blend and get it to be the best way that it can be. These are only some of the examples that were brought forward, or ideas that the design team has as to how it can be achieved. And also, what types of lights do we need to install such that we can be in compliance with the path, the rite of path that we are going to be doing? What type of light fixtures, that is something, and how tall, and et cetera. That's something that we will continue to communicate, and we'll continue to explore, then communicate. Then these are some ideas of things that could be used, and of course, once we get to consensus, then we would be then with the team discussing how that would look, how that would ultimately look like. And of course, we have the expertise of the QKA, of the architects and the contractor, and the CM, the project manager, to come to consensus on this. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it would be the board making a decision and giving us orders as to how Sean should determine to tell us what that direction to go. And as Mike was saying, at the end of the day, the Citizens Oversight Committee is going to be coming also with the opportunity. So there are several places where we need to touch base. So the first part of this is, and what is action, is the approval of the GMP 1, and the second part is for your information.
Are we going through the other presentations that were in that packet, or is this the only presentation
This is the only presentation.
Okay.
That's all. It's action and for GMP.
I'll make a motion to approve the part that we're approving.
Yeah. I'll second. Thank you both. And for this one, we do have a comment from the public. I will read first. This is from Michael Kottman. I am writing to express my support for retaining the current location of the trash bin area at El Granada Elementary, and to advocate for the adoption of dark sky compliant lighting in the parking lot. Retaining the existing location for the bins reduces sprawl and preserves valuable open spaces. Moving the bins would substantially increase travel distances for custodial staff up to 750 feet or 0.15 miles, which is both less safe and efficient. Keeping the area as is avoids unnecessary construction and helps maintain the visual appeal of the campus. Moreover, this location is already accessible for waste management, ensuring practicality and convenience. Regarding the parking lot lighting, I strongly recommend the adoption of dark sky compliant fixtures and policies. It's important to minimize light pollution and glare, preserving our natural night sky and reducing adverse effects on wildlife. This approach is in line with California's Title 24, promoting energy efficient and environmentally conscious building practices. It is also essential that any new lighting respects the area's LZ2 designation under Title 24, ensuring brightness levels are below allowable limits. Implementing sensors or switches can provide necessary safety illumination for special events without disturbing the serene environment. These measures, focusing on practicality, environmental responsibility, and community aesthetics, will greatly benefit both El Granada Elementary and the surrounding area. On a more personal note, I was upset to learn that significant design changes were being submitted for approval without any outreach or discussion with local residents. As a member of this community, it's disheartening that our opinion and perspectives are not being actively sought or considered in decisions that directly impact our neighborhood and daily lives. This lack of communication undermines the trust and collaboration that should exist between the school district and its surrounding community. So this is question and comment time. I know I have some. Are there any others right now?
No,
Okay.
I think it looks good, very well prepared, well thought through. I appreciate your and the teams working together in the diligence. I actually have one kind of more educational question for, like, as we go through with this project as well as Farallon View. I've been trying to understand better the role of DSA versus like other local utilities that might have opinions on things and how we do them. With DSA approval for school facilities projects, like, what are the rules and the guidelines for collaborating with other local utilities, be they, water districts, sanitary districts? There's like a million. So I'm curious if we've kind of ironed out, beyond as a courtesy, what you might inform people about, what's required.
I'm going to jump in if I may, because I learned my lesson, I think, or took it upon myself with Farallon View. Division of State Art, because I had to go to the PTO meeting and answer this question. School construction typically is something where we look at Division of State Architect. There happens to be over 1,000 districts in the state of California, and I did my research, 76 districts, counties, because San Francisco is a county, right, have coastal development permit. Farallon View had a coastal development permit that was waived. It was exempt. We applied for it. And so it never came to Midcoast Council. I had presented the plans to Midcoast Council last year as a courtesy and a request to them. And Greg Diagetz, who was at the Farallon View ribbon cutting, he actually said, Sean, we know you presented to us, but then the county never gave us anything to coastal development permit to Midcoast Council. And I said, yeah, that's because that was exempted in March. This one is still getting CDP review, right? So the CDP review, once you're with the county, that opens up a whole bunch of other things, but most districts will never go to that. It's Division of State Architect. And that's what most people don't understand about school construction jobs, is that we have one authority, the Division of State Architect, which relies on us to over-construct, over-design, overbuild because of the Field Act, because of earthquake safety and compliance, right? But in this one, you have a CDP. And what I will say is that I know from having spoken with Lyanne and Roger that folks have been consulting with the county as part of the CDP process. I've seen the answers, I've seen the responses, I've seen the questions. They have been responding. And then at Farallon View, because we got in that little 2-day without water situation because of a misunderstanding and a lack of communication and liability and risk management on the parts of both agencies. We got through that, and I talked to Clemens Heldmeyer, and we worked that through. I vowed that I would set into motion that we would meet with the sewer and water folks at El Granada, and we had that meeting 2-3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago. So, Sophia, it's a big question. Most school districts will only work at the Division of State Architect, and you'll just depend on local municipalities and agencies and water and energy, PG&E, what have you, for your turn on, shut on, but it's usually done through the process. I'm getting a lot of nods, I actually know, okay. So I've learned a lot about this because it is different in Alameda. In Alameda, it was DSA all the time, DSA, oh my God, we have to go to Oakland. In this case, it is the CDP. And so this situation, I will tell you that when we're talking about this, it was at request for us in past meetings to review certain items that were sort of of question to the community, and understandably so, because of the sensitive nature of that environment, because of the view path along Alameda Road, and I get it, right? I get it. So I think what I can say, without responding to this public comment, but in general, just to preface this, when I started getting these concerns raised, I reached out to Lyanne and Qualtrochi, Kwok and Associates, of course, are happy to meet with people who are concerned about the lighting or about the sight lines for that parking lot, and we can meet with that community and continue to hash that design out. What I'm most concerned about, and this shares with Mike Alifano's comment earlier, is I don't want to get stalled on CDP. The Coastal Development Permit has already stalled our action on El Granada. We've stripped it down to the stud at Farallon View on the first building. People know there's progress. Something's getting built, right? Wind can go right through it. I'm hoping that we get this GMP approved. I'm hoping that the CDP gets approved. You know, I just saw in the news just today that the city has been able to get fast-track coastal development permit on 880 Stone Pine because of the need. I would say that there's a need here. This is 60 years of a dream deferred on these schools, that we need to upgrade these schools. I hear Mike Olifano loud and clear. We need to show that we're gonna do what we did for Hatch and what we did here, better even at El Granada Farallon View. But that's a long story short, but let's just say that we have reached out to the local agencies as far as water and sewer so that we don't have the same problem that we had with our communication choke for 2 days with Montera Water. And I thank them. I want to thank that agency for working with us on that. And it was a learning to us, and we've met with folks there, and now we know that we also need to communicate with the community on this issue, because once you start to pull a string, hey, you can't do something here because of this code, and you present options, you know, we can always go back to the design drawing board and be more inclusive. And I'm just going to say it for Mr. Cotman, I do appreciate what he said, and I think we can go back, we can make a commitment to speaking to those folks and trying to figure out what other options would work. That said, I do also know that El Granada, a lot of the design decisions were made with an El Granada committee that was based up mostly of staff and families. You know, it depends on your standpoint, and we do want to be good neighbors, and we do want to be good, have design that is gonna, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, continue to preserve the natural resources. As far as the natural skylight issue, the dark sky compliant fixtures, we've heard this at Farallon View too. I've talked about it with Lion Schuster before. I think it is important for us to protect night sky, particularly when you're in an ocean environment, coastal environment. I appreciate QKA having had a lot of experience with this. And then there are some things that basically code says you cannot do it here, you have to do it there. But I think it's a Venn diagram. We have to match up DSA and the coastal development permit, and only about 75, 76 districts in the state have to do that.
Thank you for that overview, Sean. That helps a lot. I want to expand just a little bit on some of the questions and how we got here. A year ago, when we saw our project, like I think it was between September and December, when we were approving the overall project, was the first time we saw a parking lot design, and it was a fairly robust design. And I know I flagged it as, you know, as concern about how much design do we want to put in there. And my driver there sincerely was cost and understanding the requirements. And so I think at the time it was again, I've only heard the verbal requirements, and so I do look forward to collaborating and having some discussions with Lyanne and understanding some of the code and some of the DSA requirements. I think that will help, because I think that's going to help even the neighbors in the community understand better. But it's been a bit of a moving target on communication. My point of view is from a background in design engineering, and you understand clearly what the requirements are before you go into the design. And I felt like we did really well on the building and aesthetics, and there was so much community engagement on what the campus and the children needed. And then we came in with the parking lot recommendations, almost as like this is kind of the consistent what we do with schools without having that community engagement on the parking lot. And my lived experience, while I understand school zoning is different, if you look at the plans and being in the coastal view corridor, that's why we're in the CDP process. And living in that neighborhood, I had the lived experience of building a house. Now, design thinking, product design, it's express test cycle. And it's need finding and asking questions and conversations before you finalize design. So when we had notional designs, I talked to all the neighbors and had their concurrence and letters of support before I turned in my design package to the design review committee. So it's just a little bit different experience. And so when I see designs and I would see, things that I thought neighbors are going to react to, I'm probably less impacted, and I know I would be less impacted than many of the other neighbors, but from a design and community building standpoint, it's important that we care about the dark sky at all of our campuses. We had a lived experience at the high school with high school lighting and problems. We've been down this road before where we had to backpedal after, and with lawsuits and other problems because we didn't do our due diligence and consider when we needed neighborhood buy-in in the past. And so that's why I personally started a couple months ago revisiting. I know I asked the questions a year ago and I was assured we're going to get there. And a couple months ago when I started to see things pop up in the drawings in the background of the slides, started asking questions. And the rendering that we saw in this slide package, doesn't quite doesn't illustrate the impact from the Alameda neighbors. I'll leave it at that, and that's why you're going to probably hear more coming in from neighbors. But I do want to express my gratitude for the emails I've gotten back, for willingness to have more conversations, because I think that's going to be really important, and that I do understand, when there's a drawing package that has gone to the county, and that perhaps with other conversations, if we're all open to, hearing the story of how we got here with these requirements, that's part of it, but also have that open space for, gosh, is there another way to reinterpret what the requirements are? And is there are there any other design options? Because if we haven't started building, there might be some ways to bring value added to all parties. And we do want the best absolutely for the school, but this is a coastal view corridor. I mean, it's not just for the immediate residents, but there are a lot of people that appreciate what's there, and there's other impacts that, again, we don't have to talk about right now, but there are other impacts from what's perceived as the current design, and I think we have to have those conversations. So I thank you all.
The team will look into responding to the public.
I do want to.
But not just a response, but an actual conversation.
I do want to voice my commitment and want to honor the fact that Lyanne has offered to meet, and we will set up a meeting. We will look at alternatives. We will look at the code requirements and explain the code requirements. I think we've provided some of that we've reviewed it and provided it to some people, but we think we will be able to discuss that, describe how we got there, and be open to it. And I do want to just say with Dr. Contreras' slide, he said there are some concerns that have been raised, and we just wanted to do it as a matter of public record because those concerns had been raised in previous meetings, and we wanted to collect it and say, hey, look, we think we've gotten through this with the committee, but we think there's a couple, three things still, and understandably, I got this complaint and concern from Farallon View about the night sky, and so we knew already, what's going on with that? We knew this would be an impact here, and so we have a commitment as staff to set up that meeting and work to figure it out.
Costs too, because when you see a really robust parking lot plan, and if the overall, that's not what is impacting students, there's trades. And so do you invest in, you don't want to over-design and overdevelop a parking lot and put, $750,000 to $1 million into, and I don't know what I don't know the breakout, so maybe our construction managers can tell me what the breakout is. But to put a lot of money there when we know specifically that the parents were asking for soccer fields or, shade structures at Fairlawn View. I mean, there are all these trades, and $1 million, one way or another, means a lot.
So the cost, it's going to be then discussed to be optimized with the team, and that's, as I referred earlier, that design, construction company, and us will be collaborating with, dialoguing with
Okay. So will the design come back to the board or just work with yeah, so I know it's our job to approve, and we did approve, and.
We bring updates to you. So
Okay, so
continuous updates.
we'll see updates on the parking lot
Right.
again in a couple of months.
Yeah, same as we have been bringing to you updates, we will continue to bring updates.
Okay, much appreciated. And so I want to be clear for the public, we're not approving the parking lot design. We are, but we know that this was a proposal that went into the county, and that there's still room for iteration, and what we're talking about tonight is just the maximum price.
GMP.
Okay.
Are we ready to vote? After voting, can I ask for a curfew?
Yes.
Okay, so this is an action item. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0.
We will entertain a motion to extend curfew. It's 9:55.
I'll make a motion to extend curfew. Let me just take a look at the agenda, see how much we have left. Central kitchen, electric buses, veneer, and district assembly. We could only do it once, right? And it's 10 o'clock, I'm gonna say midnight.
Just make it long. And-
Yeah, I'm gonna say
and if we don't-
midnight, and hopefully we'll be done before.
Oh,
but-
midnight.
Does this mean I get to bed on what time? No, we know it'll be way earlier.
We know it's gonna be way early, but we can't extend it again, so.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Mary Beth. All in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0.
The next item is before the board, approval for an agreement with architect and a project that would include the bringing together a kitchen. We have a current space that we would want to utilize and integrate with our current kitchen at the high school. And we are looking also as part of that. Currently, that space has been a space that has been used as a print shop, has been used as different things, and now we are looking into integrating that space for food prep. And the idea would be that we make sure that we are not exposed to those days when the Highway 1 is closed, 92 is closed, and we have challenges getting the vendors over to us. So we would like to get the prep space and get that kitchen integrated with that room so that we can then use that as our central kitchen. So we anticipate that the project is going to be around $2 million, which is very, very low compared with going in and doing a revamping of the whole kitchen. It is keeping the kitchen as is with adding of the prep space and making sure that we can serve our students and produce in that kitchen, use that as a central kitchen. So that's what is in front of you for approval. And also, on top of all that, it's we are benefiting from all the different grants that the state of California is putting forward to make sure that we go into producing our own meals. There are several initiatives. Part of that, Stephanie, our director, has already worked tirelessly to secure some of that equipment. We have equipment already that has come through those grants that would be used on those spaces that we are looking at remodeling and getting ourselves a central kitchen.
Point of privilege, I just want to step in, and I mentioned this earlier. This has been a thread of conversation that has been ongoing over the last year, 6 months, with the Environmental Committee. When are we going to stop bringing in food from a food contractor in plastic, single serving on diesel vans that is substandard and based on food that isn't grown locally? There's a big push now. We were, Lisa Longacre from the Career Technical Education sent this just recently. Jennifer Siebel Newsom, there's a farm to table movement. There are incentives there. We can look at that. We can look at also, as Jesus mentioned, Stephanie Medina and Jesus and other people had applied for these state grants, and we actually got equipment for free. It was for free. And so we do think that this would help us stop reliance on outside vendors, have local food, which again, we are so lucky to have the local food here. Our consultant, Jose Alvarado, worked in Fresno. I said, oh, you must have had a lot of food there. He's like, no, it was all mass market industrial food that got shipped across the nation. You have the food here that's local farmers, et cetera, et cetera. Pescadero La Honda recently was with this with Tomcat Ranch. They're using their beef. There are lots of farmers, I think, that would want to partner with us to feed their own kids and their own community. This is a vision of that. And so I just want to say that this is partly about hiring local, sourcing local, supporting local business, and having more green operations. It's not just about a revamp of a kitchen.
And another thing that we would be looking at that is, and that's going to be on the next item, we would like to get a fleet of electric buses that we don't have right now. It's going to be in the next item, but connected to this kitchen idea. That way, we can have those buses to be used as power for kitchen and during emergencies. So it has multiple ways in which we think that this dream can come true.
I also have to say, look, our colleague Matthew Spiegelman, who's helped us with a lot of sustainability initiatives, has presented to you in the past, HEAL project, and working with us, helping us in these kind of projects. He's going to have some good news at the next presentation, but I do want to thank him and thank Jesus and thank Stephanie Medina for trying to have these great ideas coalesce. It's kind of a thing.
I'll have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
I can start with questions and comments. First, it is so exciting to see that we're on the cusp of going to a model of, transitioning from the model of like the mediocre food in plastic wrap to locally sourced, healthier foods. That's like a dream. That's like the kind of stuff like you want to be able to do in the school board. And to see that it's like it's tangible, there's things in place, equipment's already coming in is really, really exciting. I have two questions for this contract, I guess. The contract is for the design only of the kitchen, right?
Correct.
And what is the amount for the design? Because I looked through the contract and I was having trouble finding like the actual cost
We are thinking that $2 million.
for the design.
For the project.
The design on the contract, I believe, says $280,000.
Right, that's the
Okay.
design, and getting, but we're thinking the project overall is going to be in there.
So the contract here today is 280,000.
Correct.
And then we're estimating the construction would be 2 million. So I guess bigger picture question, exciting as it is to think about this transition, there's a whole lot of thought and consideration that I think maybe has happened already, but we haven't just reviewed it here at the board to think about when you're transitioning from this model of $5 per lunch, kind of more transactional thing that you order it, Lunchmaster does it, they bring it here, or as long as the roads are open. To this is a much more complicated system where we're basically like, we're a restaurant and somehow also have to figure out not only how to make the food at one site, but how to deliver it to all the other sites. There's staffing considerations, it's a lot more complicated when we're kind of bringing it in. Are we outsourcing all that? Like, are we getting a restaurant management company to come in and do all that? Like, so my question to you would be like, how urgent is it to get this going tonight versus can we table it and come back with like the overall plan to transition to this, I don't know what you call it, this way of making meals at like cooking, home cooking lunch.
This is a permission to get to design that will do that exactly that you're talking about.
For the whole plan.
Right. We would have to come back saying, this is what we think that can be done. And we are at this moment saying, and we're not going to be spending more than $2 million on it. So what comes for approval later is going to be exactly that you're saying. This is the design that Stephanie and everybody, everybody is coming together with those that would answer those questions that you're asking. That would come later. Give us the permission to design.
To design just the physical space, though.
The space that is going to be.
What I hear Sophia asking for, though, is have we thought about what the logistics of implementing the program are? So if I hear Sophia use the language, it's like we're running a restaurant. I'm making assumptions as I listen to the story that we're hiring, we're hiring the staff that prepares the food, and it's not a profit center, but it's, providing price-friendly, it should be a net zero, I don't know, but do we end up paying more for staff than what is going to be able to fairly charge for lunches?
I have a problem with that normative statement. It should be net zero or less money. I think that your mileage may vary on that. And what I would say about that is the cheapest way is to get, I'm just going to say it, is to buy junk candy.
Junk, yeah.
Not
French fries.
Not saying, or French fries, right? Nothing against McDonald's, but McDonald's French fries probably cost less than the barn.
My high school French fries tasted better than McDonald's.
Well, I don't think anybody's French fries taste better than the barn. I'm just putting it out there. So I'm just putting it out there. I think this is I don't want to say that this is going to, I think we need to explore that.
Yeah.
I think first of all, there is a need to upgrade that kitchen space, period, full stop, with or without. First, it is long overdue. Second of all, we have new equipment. So I do think it is worthwhile investment to look at the design and then bring forward, once we have the design, a plan to say this is how we could do it. I have to say that we already do have food service workers that know how to cook. And I do believe that we could hire people to do that. And I'm not sure what our contract with Lunchmaster is. Is it going to net zero? Is it going to be less money? Doubtful. Will it be better product at the same amount? Possible. And so that's the question. Today, again, this approval is an agreement, not for the modernization.
Design.
It's for the modernization design for a kitchen that is substandard for its current use.
So in that context, it's multi-purpose purpose, meaning if we upgrade the kitchen, then we have the option of implementing the service.
I think it is often the case, and I'm just going to put it out there, for the public and for boards representing the public to say, wait a second, we're doing what? And to jump to, oh my God, it's already done? And we have to, no, wait. This is, again, simply about working with Studio W, the same people who did design for Farallon View, to design a central kitchen design, and architects cost money, and this would be a $280,000 contract for that. The actual later going on to actually do a big job on a central kitchen that might serve in that purpose would have to come to you later.
Understanding, because I don't actually know a lot about the space, what is the use of the current kitchen? Like, what are they actually doing in there? Since most of our schools get the lunch master meals, right? But they do something at the high school. They like actually do some food prep at the high school?
They do some food prep. They don't have enough prep space.
Yeah, okay.
So
Okay,
this, the biggest investment will be on prep space integrated with the current kitchen.
Okay, so it's substandard for the needs of Half Moon Bay High School right now
Correct.
already?
Correct.
So we would need to do it for that, and it would have the bonus of enough capacity potentially
Yes,
for
capacity
a
to do,
district-wide central kitchen.
right.
And I would say too, that you could pilot where you are going to get to this place and are able to experiment. I think that's what we've talked about with Stephanie, about serving food there. And so then you have a hybrid. Okay, maybe we're going to offer the pre-packed meals in other places, but then you'd be able to experiment and try to do it there and then build to a place. In my last district, we had a central kitchen at Wood Middle School. It was a large facility, not much larger than this, actually, for 10,000 kids. All our meals were prepared, scratch cooking there.
I think it would be amazing. I would love to see at some point in the near future, if possible. Sounds like there's a lot of work and a lot of thinking. It just hasn't come to us yet. Maybe like I would propose like coming back to us. Like I'm fine with it now if it's substandard for the current use. Like I'm totally supportive of that. And I'm also interested to see what the thoughts are and how we, like it's kind of like a mini business plan or a project plan for implementing home cooking. I don't know what the word is.
Scratch cooking.
Scratch cooking, district-wide scratch cooking, and knowing that there might be a pilot phase, so you pilot at the high school, and then what the considerations are gonna be in terms of staffing for the prep, for the transportation, for the backup plans, if Highway 1 is closed, because that happens too, and you can't get up to Farallon View from the high school, like, just thinking through, like, what are the considerations, knowing that it's not gonna be like 100% buttoned up. But I think it'd be really exciting to see that kind of little mini business plan or project plan for that transition as well in the near future.
And Jesus and I have talked about that. That is the next step. The next step would be to sort of like say, okay, let's work on this design. Let's work on this kitchen, central kitchen upgrade design. And then let's bring, hey, what if we could do it this way, and to flesh that out.
Yeah, like even if it's potential ways that, or potential considerations, that'd be really, really cool to see. Because it sounds like there's a lot of work already that's been done.
Right now, this would be the infrastructure, and what you're talking about, it will be the program.
It would be like at least the main infrastructure, like
Right.
the transportation wouldn't be covered there, or, you know, if
Yes.
there any implications at the other sites, if you need warmers or, you know, things like that, like there might be a little bit more.
Well, those materials, you'll maybe remember this, we didn't get a lot of traction when we were talking about that, but I think those came back in June, Dr. Contreras. You had that item, you guys applied for those kitchen,
We bought
Yeah.
and brought some of those with the dollars that we got.
Yeah, the state provided us money, and then we had this money to use, and then there are monies for new equipment replacement at numerous schools. There was El Granada, there was Farallon View, there was Hatch, there was, oh, yeah.
Yeah, those-
So
those
to
came
see
to
it
the
all
board.
together, I think would, like as like one cohesive picture story, I think would be helpful.
Stephanie is going to be coming and presenting to the board, and that would be the
Perfect.
moment to bring together what the idea is.
Exactly, yeah,
Her
that'd be
program.
great. Cool.
I'm happy to see this. I knew this was a dream, but with so much other stuff going on, all the construction and green ribbons, I don't know, everything. There's the counties in here, FICMAT. I was surprised to see this so soon, so I'm really happy. You're doing a lot, so I was pleasantly surprised to see this. I'm really glad, so thank you. It's a lot of stuff going on, and yet we're continuing to move forward very quickly. So congrats, and I'm happy.
If this goes as we would plan, we could, with Roger and the teams, it could go into the summer, and we should be able to get through the summer with a project of this magnitude.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, the sooner we do it, the cheaper it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, not cheap. That's not never a good word in construction, but the more cost-effective it is. Thank you.
It's approval.
Okay, before we move to voting, should we make a friendly amendment to the motion to say central kitchen design?
Okay.
But it's the, yeah.
I'll make the friendly amendment to make a motion to approve the of agreement for modernization design of central kitchen at Half Moon Bay High School.
I will second that again.
Rosie?
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Mary Beth. All in favor, please say aye. Passes 4+1. No, 4-0.
Continuing with this notion of innovating, our reality is that our buses are very, very, very old. We need to get them replaced. We serve only our students with disabilities, and our cost is high and very unpredictable, because we have a lot of repairs that just pop up. Matthew has been working with us into going back after how can we then get the fleet of buses that we would need, and what methods do we have so that we can have a more steady and predictable expenditure rather than jumping with repairs and jumping with we don't have them now and renting them sometimes that gets us into higher cost. So we are looking at our needs right now, and with Jaime, who was going to be presenting today with Matthew, but he's not available right now. Matthew and Jaime and our special ed departments, we could have this 4 type A small buses and 3 type D large buses that we could get, that's what we would be needing to keep our serving our students as we need. So we're looking at an electric fleet, and then Matthew is going to be letting you know what the thoughts are to procure this.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. Good evening, President Hines. Thanks for having me again. I presented on this topic sometime last year, and I'm back again with some updates. We've been doing a lot of work at the district in order to figure out how we can make this a reality. Initially, we realized we would not be able to purchase new buses. We saw a lot of the fiscal talk, and it's not great. So we said, what can we do for grants? There's a huge push in California right now to electrify, and that leaves a lot of opportunity, especially for school districts in need. So we began to look at grants and also looking at the privatization and essentially a large bus bank in the form of a company called Highland Electric, who would help us utilize our grant money in order to lower the initial investment costs in purchasing a new bus fleet and the infrastructure required to power that. That provided us with this opportunity that we have now applied for through Bay Area Air Quality. We asked for about $566,000 in order to cover the initial infrastructure costs. And as of this evening, we were approved for that from Bay Area Air Quality. That was, yeah.
I'm sorry, can you say that number again?
$566,000. So that was a huge first step in this project in securing the stability and the funds we need in order to make a good financial decision. The next steps will be receiving word on our other funding options, including 2 grants with the EPA, as well as other grant opportunities in California that would continue to drive down the costs and lower that transportation budget. Ideally, we would be able to offer our students all the busing that we need, as well as the resilience factor Jesus was talking about, which would, in case of emergency, provide battery backup to a central kitchen for community, for lighting, for potential medical purposes. And we would do the design work to see how long we'd be able to provide that power and how far that could get us. Essentially, we're here today to talk about the work that we've done, and the next steps will be determining exactly how much money we'll be receiving from our grant opportunities and what our costs would be like per bus in order to transition to this electric fleet. Thank you. Any questions?
Well, I just want to say too, look, I remember when we were talking about solar and we were talking about storage, and storage is so expensive. And the fact that you're able to like maybe use the buses as storage for resilience is really very compelling, like genius idea. So thank you.
And it is part of the kitchen project. That's the idea.
Yeah, we would utilize support from the community in the form of Peninsula Clean Energy and PG&E and the options they have for supporting electrification in order to fund some of the kitchen project, making sure that that's adaptable for connection to the buses, which would be a pilot project, and it would be a really good case study for other communities to see if this is a possibility going forward and something that will provide the necessary resilience for facing emergencies and climate changing weathers.
And I will say too, that when we've suffered power outage, this is a couple of years back, we had like 1 generator dedicated at Kings Mountain. And there was a power outage down here during the rains. What was this, 2 years ago? I can't remember when that was. And I said, hey, unhook the generator up at Kings Mountain and bring it down, right? And then, of course, the power went out at Kings Mountain, right? And Fairlawn View has the same situation, right? We wound up buying another generator so we could deal with this, and we keep looking at this. But again, a generator runs on dirty diesel fuel, and you got to schlep it around. And the idea that a bus could be a storage, it's just really genius.
Couple questions and comments. First, again, this is awesome. And just as I think about a couple of the presentations today, even going back to like the context that Mike Galifano had shared with us about like just the transition to the bonds that we've had over the years, like I think it's just noteworthy to just step back and think about how transformational a lot of these projects are for our school district. We're going from, it's kind of like CUSD 2.0 in many ways, where we're rebuilding almost every facility over the course of 20 years, right? From Cunha initially and high school eventually, although it's getting a lot of upgrades in the meantime, and all the elementary schools in the middle for the most part, transitioning our power system and all our, not only the electric buses, but also, all the work we've done with solar power and LEDs and so on, and moving to central kitchen, it's easy to sometimes lose sight of like all together. I think the green ribbon story captures a lot of it, but just how transformational we've made our operations. Where I think like Maribeth said, we are now, we're definitely leaders in that area too, and think we're models that other districts are looking to. And I think as a source, we should be really proud of that. I know I'm really proud of all the work that staff has done in that regard. So great job. Question about Highland. So the thing with Highland is basically kind of like bulk purchasing power, right? Like if you like buy into like covered California insurance, it's like you get the group rates kind of thing. Is that basically how it works?
It is, they have the know-how and the financing in
Yeah.
order to offer this, as well as the risk management in case of charger replacement, bus downtime.
Great.
They would essentially cover us and say, yes, you are going to have a bus that's going to be able to run for your students
Okay.
if you're in agreement with our contract.
That's fantastic. Okay, that's really, really smart, again, from the resiliency of service standpoint too. My last question is the number of buses, like, is that the number of buses we have right now, 4 + 3? Or is that like more? Would that be more?
It's, I think, one less than.
Oh, one less than we have now?
We
Okay.
initially had 9 operating diesel buses, which has rapidly gone downhill in the last couple of years
Yeah.
based on repairs and just the Pacific eating away at those.
Yeah.
So we would also look at the option of potentially leasing this new fleet
Mm-hmm.
in order to continue transitioning our buses out at the end of the 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that way we would have new equipment that is operating at a high level.
Oh, okay, that's good. So 4 + 3 would meet our needs.
It would, and it would potentially, depending on the funding we receive, could
Mm-hmm.
almost have our transportation budget at the moment.
Wow, like our annual operational costs.
Correct.
Because those old diesels are really expensive.
Yeah.
Yep. I have a car like that, so.
I'll just say that the other thing that drove this sort of like thinking ideational path, as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that there are laws by, I think they keep moving the goalpost, but at some point, you will no longer be able to use these diesel buses. You have to electrify.
Am I forgetting the plan for where we're keeping the buses? I was thinking they were going to be, were we always talking about moving them to the high school?
We are looking at placing them right next to where the kitchen is, in that area. That's where we also have a big transformer there. So that's part of what the architects that are going to be helping us with the kitchen would be also looking at, so
And
aligning.
is that okay if the employees are going to be at district office site?
So we would look to transition the current bus depot to the high school in order to lower the impact and have the access to the kitchen as a power connection, as well as the existing infrastructure would support that construction. And that would also be very low impact because of the existing parking lot and its lack of use. It would be an ideal location. It would just be now transitioning our bus operations, which we spoke to our team readily, and they agreed that they would be able to offer all the services they do from that location.
And it's just, so it just needs to be near the kitchen in case of emergency, and then it's close?
Yeah.
Okay, and then do they need the whole parking lot? I assume that, no? Will there be any parking in that?
It's an area, it's a small area where we have some containers up in there.
So there'll still be parking in that
Oh,
lot?
yeah, it would not impact the current parking. It would be an area that it is not utilized right now.
Oh, okay.
And we have some containers there.
I didn't finish my train of thought before. When we lost power down at Half Moon Bay and we had to bring the power down to the high school, I don't think I said this. It's because there's over $10,000 of food in freezers there. So that's another reason why you have to have resilience and you have to have power and you have to have a generator available so that you don't have that loss or food pathogen risk.
Well, it's not like they're that far at the district office, though. I mean, it's like 3-minute drive.
No, yeah, exactly. That's not an issue. I'm just saying that the whole thing about the logic of being close to the kitchen is because you have resilience to the kitchen. And why do you need resilience to the kitchen? Why do you need resilience at Half Moon Bay High School in particular? You have the most number of students there, 1,000 students. Why do you need resilience at that kitchen currently as it stands? Because you have $10,000 of assets sitting in a freezer. And if you lose power, I mean, it's just
Then you don't have food for
10 grand is 10 grand.
and no food for 3 days, which you probably have to overpay to replace.
And it works out with the traffic and stuff too, to move the buses, I mean, in and out of high school traffic in the mornings, or that would all work out, I
The
guess.
buses are out of like 6:30 in the morning. That's when they get,
So they leave, they do their job, and they come back like
they come
after
back,
high school's in
right.
session. I think, because correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was part of the like redesigned district office hatch, like housing plan was to move the buses up there and to just leave the maintenance shed repositioned in the original concept. I think it was.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, that's right. You would lose that area, and there's that. But even if that, we'll see what happens with that. That's another presentation and more work to do. And they'll be bringing back the workforce housing revisions based on community engagement, as we heard, and the concern about impact at Hatch. That will come back. But yes, that was originally part of the plan. And I was just up there last Friday and walking around, and I will just say it, I've been in conversations too with people who are talking about the pool. There is so much space at the high school on the back part of the campus. These buses would be, again, during the day or in the morning, they'd be leaving before kids get there at 8:30.
Also, this resilience plan is multifaceted within our solar panels. Having these buses charged in order to act as a battery storage backup in case of power outage, as obviously if the power was out, we would not be able to charge those, as well as having our generators and our other options available. So this is a comprehensive thing that tries to answer a lot of complex problems we're facing on the coast side with our isolation.
Would we need more solar panel capacity, like to be added up there to charge the buses when it is possible, or would we use like land power from PG&E?
There is the possibility of switching to having the solar panels go to that charging. However, that would be a very slow process due to the size of these batteries.
Okay. So they'd be grid charged?
Yes.
Okay.
And most likely, if we were going to look towards the future, we would add solar panels that were dedicated to, say, a battery backup. But that would be another step in the future.
Okay. No, that's cool. And maybe technology will get better in the future. In 10 years, it might be an enhancement that gets added to use solar.
It's good, you've thought of a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
that's great.
Were you super excited? You got the 566,000 before our meetings?
Yes.
That's amazing, really. That's really great, so.
The news literally came this week. I sent it to these two gentlemen here, and I was like, does this mean what I think it means? And then Matthew was just like, can we announce it? And I will say too that I want to, again, thank you both at working together as a team on your persistence, because I know that it has not been easy. You applied and didn't get it the first time, 2 times.
Yes, twice.
And we've reported to the board about this, and hey, this is this. Now it's, and I will say at the Green Ribbon presentation too, I have to say this too, a woman, I believe her name was Jane from Highland, came up. She was in the presentation and thanked you for the work you guys are doing. So Jane Israel, I believe is her name. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of cake. So, yeah, thanks for keeping trying. So, you did it.
Thank you.
It's great.
it's the door.
Team effort, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, so we will be more to come.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you.
And he stayed late to talk to us.
And last item from me is to do all of this, we get to engage and get services for project management of the different places from Veneer. And Veneer gets us the support that we need as we need it. We have needed some support, and we have only had Roger. Now that our projects are getting multiple, now we need more staff and that support. That Veneer, with Roger and this staff, we get all Veneer behind them. So we use all of their expertise, which is operationalized through the staff that they bring to our campuses. So that's the next from Veneer, we're asking that you give us approval for 562.75 so that we can continue to manage all of our projects.
I know I've got questions, but do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. I appreciate that we need more help. I do have some questions, just so for clarity here, because honestly, at face value, when you look at $563,000 for 6 months, 3 full-time people and another part-time person, if you think, knowing we've got construction that's gonna be going on for the next year, that's 1.1 million. And trying to understand expectations here on, I know we started with 1 person and we've expanded, and we have another person on staff that originally we had hired. So I just wanna take a look at, so how long do we anticipate the Farallon View project, the modernization? How long will that take?
That we're anticipating to finish in the summer of 25.
Okay. Okay, and El Granada isn't, yes, you're still dealing with getting through the CDP permit, and you're trying to get through, and we know that there's going to be some collaboration with the coastal community, and potential, revisions for the package going in, maybe not. But there's gonna be more support there. But the construction, do we have guesstimate on when we can start construction for El Granada?
So as soon as we get the CDP, we are ready to roll. And Roger is coordinating all that effort. It is Roger and his team that are bringing to the CDP.
Do you have a feel for how long, or do you some indication how long that's going to take?
I think at anything up, up to 6 months, right?
That's correct. We're anticipating the CDP permit process to take 6 months, but it could go faster. Feedback from the county of San Mateo in 6 months.
Okay. And then kitchen, we're doing design right now, but then a $2 million project is not a real extensive project.
So Roger and the team would be managing, helping me with the design, and then we bring that to the board, and that is, we are anticipating that would be finished by the summer.
Right.
So this team is putting design, DSA, and then aligning all the bidding that we can get for the project, and then delivering it.
So just for context, this is like a contract that would cover like at least $80 million worth of work, right? Because I'm thinking like El Granada is like 40-something, Farallon View is like 30-ish.
Farallon View is 25 million approximately, and you have a $45 million budget for El Granada
Yeah, so
currently that you've now
25,
approved.
70.
That's 70 million. The central kitchen is another job.
That's going to be a couple of years. So I'm just looking at, this is a 6-month,
No, I understand.
500,000.
I completely understand, but the scope of these projects are huge, I guess is what I'm saying. So it's like you want to get these, to me, you need to invest in overseeing these projects, because the last thing I'd want to have happen is mistakes happening, or like we need the quality, we need the time, and we need the cost management, like the 3 tenets of project management. And you can't frankly count on like the vendor themselves doing it, like the contractor themselves or the architects themselves, as much as like we love them and appreciate them as partnerships. I think this basically covers the staffing that we need right now, that we're not gonna hire staff because we don't need them, we don't need staff forever. And we can't get staff that has the skills and the resource access that a professional agency does. Just like we talked about with Highland before with the electric buses, like we're a small school district. We're not LAUSD gonna build out an entire construction department. This is like a temporary thing. And yeah, like sticker, like it is expensive, but so is like $75 million worth of projects in the next 2 years.
Right, but again, I'm just trying to understand the kind of the ratio of what we're actually spending right now and what that oversight is. And this is no disrespect to your skills or your cost estimates and understanding of what the workload is, but I'm just saying from public perception, having Mike Alifano talk about us being good stewards, and a little curious, was this put out for bid? For this work? I mean, I know that we had a single person and now we've got a increase in scope. Was this competed in any way?
No, it was not put out to bid, no. But it is basically with veneer, we are buying what we need, which is it would be much more expensive to put it out to bid in those terms.
Would it really?
Yeah, because it would be, no, I would not have any other company that would say, okay, you're going to need this now. I'm going to just sell you this now. This part of expertise.
But in terms of hourly rates,
is this going to increase? Is this going to, which is what we have.
Well, I just want to remind the board that in the past, this is exactly what happened. You did bring another company that I will not name here, but I remember their initials well, and it was a straight percentage of the job, and there was sticker shock by a particular board member who's no longer on the board, and we took it away and we did something else. But we can't deliver what needs to be delivered in the next year and a half with current capacity. And I just am having some cognitive dissonance here because what I heard from Mike Alifano is we need to deliver on these jobs. If we're going to deliver on these jobs in the time that we have and work on the momentum we have, we've already suffered delays because of design concerns at El Granada that happened a year ago at this time, that laid us out into this thing that caused us into this place where now we're waiting for CDP later. I mean, I'm just going to be honest about that. We talked about be careful what you wish for. You want to change the plans on us, and then all of a sudden you're going to get a later job. So thus, Farallon View is going to start a year before El Granada. That wasn't our original plan. So I just have to square the circle.
Let's be careful.
I just have to square the circle here, if I may. It causes me cognitive dissonance to hear Mike Alifano say we need to deliver on this plan soon, and then to hear over here that it's being recalled as we have to be good stewards of the money. I believe this is good stewardship of the money. I will maintain that. I believe that's the case, and I have the historical reference and the memory that we were going to bring a construction manager in the past for a far greater cost. So it is always a question, I get it, on your dials of do it fast, do it cheap, do it well. These are the contractor things, you know, but you can't have all three.
Well,
That's the contractor joke.
And if we're doing our due diligence and slowing down a little bit for CDP, it's because we still need to do our due diligence on things that we hadn't done yet. So
I hear that, but I hear that, but I think also to be able to do that due diligence, you need staff involved.
So certainly, just to take it from the previous, we are not doing a percentage of construction. We are really getting the expertise as we need it. And the many facets that construction has is not always in the construction itself. It's not just, it's called construction management, but it's more like project management, where this, as I mentioned, carrying all of the CDP itself, it requires a lot of expertise, and it requires a lot of, just to use it as an example. So this,
If we do that, what's the timeline that we thought the architecture design for the kitchen is going to take?
we think that, I don't know how long it would take us, but I would anticipate that it would be a month.
Okay.
I can expand on some of the details.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I know,
Yeah.
I don't mean to be picking on you, but I
Yeah.
want to explore this enough so the public understands it, and honestly, that all of us understand
And
what
that-
your role is.
That's understandable. You know, I believe with the CDP, for instance, I think the perception is that, you know, everything's going to stop, but we're anticipating a 6-month process there. It could improve. However, in the meantime, we do have the kitchen project that we expect to jump into and work on design immediately. There's also El Granada Phase 2, which we're working on the design for. So if that little lull in terms of progress of construction, you know, with that lull, we're picking up, that gives us the ability to jump into the kitchen and El Granada Phase 2. So it's almost, it keeps several things moving along. And then El Granada could get through the CDP process sooner.
So if we do all of this in the next 6 months, Farallon View then is off the table. Do you see needing that same level of effort in the next 6 months after that?
Certainly, because we will be continuing with, you know, the kitchen design will be a 3 to 4 month process once we work through programming and then getting the drawings to a DSA submission state, because then we submit to DSA, and that process is often another 2 months, 2 to 3 months if we're lucky, for approval.
Okay.
And so, you know, the design coordination part of when we're doing these projects is it's a collaborative experience with facilities. Obviously, the staff, you know, the teachers and the principals, to make sure we're incorporating all of their needs. Facilities, of course. You know, we view ourselves as an extension of the district staff, and we make sure that we're taking care of those needs that exist, those small defects that are out there, making sure that those problems with the facility, the reoccurring facility problems, are being dealt with, making sure that the principals and the teachers' needs on campus are being met through the design process. So that's, I just wanted to clarify that although the El Granada Phase 1, you know, potentially doesn't start till June, there's a lot of work to be done with the design of the kitchen in El Granada Phase 2.
Well, plus there's the setup too of El Granada to be able to get to the place of being able to get all that construction, the design required to get that through the campus to be able to build a $25 million building. I mean, it is huge. And just even to think about this today with the $500,000 grant that we just received from the Bay Area Quality Management District, that's $500,000. If we don't do something to look at managing the architect, managing the project, the central kitchen project really includes incorporating that. Well, we're just like basically giving away the $500,000 grant. It's like you have an opportunity cost. I think it's important to think about the opportunity cost. The opportunity costs are the grants that we have for that project, and the opportunity cost we have is the time that we will lose if we don't have someone attending to this. It's just, you know, it's again the contractor joke. Sorry to make the contractor joke. You can have it good, you can have it cheap, you can have it fast, but you can't have all three things.
The way I think about it too is really like looking at the staffing plan, like that spreadsheet. It's really kind of like quarter or so staff that we need to manage all these projects, and I'm ballparking $75 million. And I can say, like, for anyone who's done a project, and many of us have done projects in their home, for way less than that, and I felt like I spent half my life managing, like, you know, a small, like a $50,000 remodel. Like, it's, to me, again, it's going from that mindset of like the survival mode to like investment mode. And like the only way you're gonna, we need to make sure that we're safeguarding that $75 million investment on all those parameters that you just described, Sean, in terms of timing and quality and cost, like include whether or not you have the missed opportunity of grants that you could have had. Like that one, you know, one $500,000 thing alone, and that will come up with $75 million worth of projects. Like that just pays for it right there itself. So to me, this is a worthwhile investment.
And again, I come from a culture that project managers don't usually have the luxury of doing one project at a time. And so I'm seeing a remodel at one, and I look at it as once it's up and running, it's a matter, are you on track, and you're doing change orders. So there's a lot of iterations coming up to that. So that's where, in my mind, Fairlawn View wasn't quite as complex as all of what you're dealing with. You know, it's absolutely every bit as important.
Yeah.
But knowing that El Granada is a bigger project.
El Granada is a huge project, a $45 million project with that brand-new building, $25 million building. We made a choice to right-size Farallon View and to use the sticks and bones of that building because it was environmentally responsible and because we're going to right-size to the actual need. And they were stick-built. That was a difference.
And one thing I want to add is also is we have to remember that these are occupied campuses, and the children's and staff safety is paramount. Obviously, the educational mission is paramount, but safety of those on campus is
So that is
critical.
added logistics.
That I must say,
We
that
look after that.
having had that expertise has simplified my life, because there are so many things that people who have the experience on occupied campuses, and when I hear the principal saying, "Oh, Roger is telling us on time on all of those things," I think, "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you." Another area and is the whole notion of value engineering. They do have, Roger has the experience for value engineering that I don't have. You know, the sitting with contractor and architects in the middle of that and hearing like, okay, can we do this in this other way? Can we do this in this other way? And being that expertise being manifested at the table in there, I find it very, very, very valuable. And because I don't speak the type of I speak educationese much more than I can speak the type of floors that are being used.
Contractorese.
I don't speak
FSC certified, you know?
Yeah. So that's just bringing to the board the notion that it really is. I consider that an extension of the district, and to me, is like that they're on our side, they're on my side, and actually, the very fact that they speak the lingo of everything and have the expertise help us really get to the connection between contractor and architect. That translation is very, very valuable, because it ends up getting most to something that I tell them all: effective, efficient, economical, and aesthetic. So those are our.
And meeting the human needs of everybody who has to occupy and be in a vicinity.
That's the number one. That is the number one.
And knowing when you cannot please everybody all the time.
That's a
mean-
number
You can
one.
optimize, you can optimize.
You can optimize.
It's a different point of view on design, but yeah,
That
express test cycle.
indeed is the number one. That's a number one.
I do want to say too, look, when I saw this item and I was like, wow, and I saw all of Jesus's, Dr. Contreras' items, I was like, wow, this is a lot. You were like, you just happened to, everything bubble up and all these projects coming together. And you heard Mary Beth say, how did you do all this? And, you know, all the other stuff you have to attend to. And I have to credit him for that. But I will say too, that I looked at this and I was like, yeah, this is 6 digits. People are going to wonder about this. And I thought to myself, that's okay. It's a values clarification exercise. Because at the end of the day, it's like when people make fun, I'm just going to say it, of the food that is brought in by an outside vendor. And I want to say, can you do it for cheaper? Will you step up and do it for cheaper? And I trust Veneer and I trust Roger, and I think this is a situation where we need the help. The other thing is, I'll just point out on the contract, it says not to exceed. So it's a not to exceed contract. So maybe we'll use all the services. I hope we do, because I think if we do use all the services, I think we'll get closer down the field.
So-
And, yeah.
So that's a question. So is it everybody like marching all the way through the 6 months, or is it as needed, you're charging these things?
In it as needed, and then it is against those numbers that are in this as needed.
I appreciate the oversight. I really want to get this right. I don't want this screwed up, and I want to get it done, so giddy up. That's what I have to say. Giddy up and get it done.
Yeah, I was gonna point out that not to exceed thing too, so if the cost isn't that, if for some reason you find yourself with nothing to do.
If something gets
Then you
easier.
cut back your hours, or you reconcile at the end of the project, right? And you kind of like change the numbers, but I think with this, you know, like Sean said, like, there's gonna be enough work that if you can find something to do to plan the next thing, like, you know, let's get the next ball rolling so we're ready to go.
Yeah, one other thing, and it's sorry, it's a sideways piece, but thank you for your presentation and explanations. A few years ago, when we knew we had a large expense, it was a presentation 1 month, and the action, the vote, the next month, and it gave the public a chance to weigh in and ask questions. And to be fair, I had a number of questions from multiple people specifically about this action. And so if it's a kind of as needed and level of effort and not to exceed, that makes a little bit more sense to me. And I do see some of the challenges in it, but if you can have a present, and this is something we might consider as a board, we don't get to talk about this offline, but sometimes having a presentation and then allowing for that public comment and then the vote next month.
I just want to respond
Yeah.
to that. There are often cases where policy comes to mind where we bring pro forma CSBA updates, but when there are major policy changes, we may bring it to explain it. But I always remind people that I serve at the pleasure of the board. If this board tonight is not comfortable in making this decision, we would bring it back another time. If the board wasn't comfortable in making the decision on the modernization design of the central kitchen, we would bring it back another time. But I don't want to get into where we're rule bound and we have a cadence where you have to present and you have to bring it back. I don't find that, I'm more organic in that way. I don't feel like we need rules in that way. I feel like it is the pleasure of the board to direct us to bring it back if they want to bring it back. And I don't need it to be a rule, because these meetings would go till 2 a.m. And invite double the inquiry and scrutiny. So that's my own personal take on that. But then again, people know that we're trying to get some stuff done.
Yep. And we're getting a lot done, so thanks.
I'm fine with that, Sean, as well, and I'm ready to move forward to vote if everybody else is.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Dr. Contreras, thank you very much. That was like, took less time than actually I imagined it would. I'm going to try to bring this home on nominations of California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly for the 24-26 term. This is something that we get, Rosie and I get from CSBA, I don't know, on a regular basis. I did in Alameda also. There's an opportunity for member boards. We are member boards of the California School Boards Association to elect representatives to the CSBA Delegate Assembly. You heard earlier, Sophia Lane was in San Francisco, I believe, serving in that regard. And this is a vital link from the local to the general policy direction setting for CSBA writ large. And so the delegates ensure that the CSBA promotes the interests of California school districts and county office education. Delegates with terms that end in 2024 are up for election. Ballots for the delegate assembly election will be sent to each member board within the region by February 1, 2024 in the next 2 months. And then delegates elected in 2024 will serve a 2-year term beginning in April 2024, going till April 2026 or March 2026. There are 2 required delegate assembly meetings each year in 2024. That's May 18, 19, and December 3, 4. And the nomination and biographical sketch forms are being accepted until January 7, 2024. And thus that means we have to backward map and provide, if we are going to have nomination of potential delegates at this meeting. So we are eligible to nominate board members within our region. And you may nominate board members to run for election delegate assembly. And then we have to do so by January 7, 2024, which is why we always bring this at this meeting. And anybody who does this have to submit a nomination form, and nominees must serve on a CSBA member board from the region or sub-region. Nominees must submit a biographical sketch form, and the documents are all provided here. And to give the background on this, really, the proposal, in 2021, board member Sophia Lane, then vice president, I believe, maybe not, maybe filled a vacancy on the delegate assembly when another member vacated the position, and then Ms. Lane was nominated and elected to represent subregion 5B, San Mateo, on the delegate assembly last year in 2022, and she's now expressed interest in continuing to serve in that position. There's no financial impact to the general fund. We recommend that the board consider and discuss this opportunity to nominate a member or members of the governing board to apply for election. It is not limited to Ms. Lane only. You may nominate other members. You may nominate no members. This is the purview of the board. We recommend you consider it and bring forth a nomination so that that nominee then may fill out the biographical sketch, and we may submit by January 7.
I nominate Sophia Lane.
I second that.
Curious. Thank you.
I hope you want to do it.
I'm fine. It is quite an honor to be able to represent Cabrillo Unified School District directly in Sacramento, both as a delegate and as a member of the, I would say, pretty critical, pretty exciting legislative committee for CSBA as well, where we directly are able to provide comment and input that determines the positions that CSBA, our main lobbyists, take in Sacramento for public schools. So I'm happy to continue serving in that regard.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Passes 4-0.
A point of privilege, if I may, President Hines. I just want to remark that tonight for me represented a very productive meeting with a wide range of opinions shared, and is a testament to what I consider a very highly functioning board who are able, the 4 women tonight, and when Lizette's here, I believe that's the case too, and governance team, and colleagues, to share their opinions candidly, to make considerations from the standpoints of many different members of the public we serve, to integrate the values that we all bring personally. And I just want to say, as is my way, and maybe to sort of bring this home for me tonight is it is a pleasure and a privilege and an honor, I think I speak for my colleagues, to serve this board. And I appreciate so the candid and truthful and heartfelt statements made tonight by all of you in your roles. And so I thank you, and I want to thank you for another successful organizational meeting.
Thanks, Sean. Future events. We have a closed session this Saturday at 9 a.m. for the board. On December 19th, we're supporting social emotional learning at home, a 2-part series with Sam Drazen, Changing Perspectives via Zoom at 7 p.m. December 25 to January 5th, woohoo, winter break. All sites closed, happy holidays. January 8th, teachers and staff are work day, no school for students. And we'll see you next year.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.